Good morning. Alright. Ugh. Day 2 of long weekend. And more time to binge through this game. This is probably going to be another, 5-6 hours like yesterday, I'm not going to lie. This game is drawing me in very, very well. So, yeah. I was looking back on some of the, footage of the stream yesterday, and I wasn't aware of how many times I was just completely falling silent. And obviously sometimes I chime in with the lines, but usually through conversations I'll make quippy lines or comments or something like that. But every time the game really gets going down a set of dialogue, I just don't make comments unless I'm really making decisions, and I'm torn on it. Which is a good sign that this game is drawing me in. I think one of the big things that does that, honestly, is the voice acting. I mean, this game would have been, a lot harder to stream if it didn't have the voice acting, for obvious reasons, because I would be voicing literally everything. But yeah, it's kind of wild to think that, just the addition of voice acting here is having, that much of an effect on me, especially, the core narrator. When they really get going, their voice and enunciation just, fucking really pulls me into it. I'm fucking loving every second of it. When I'm not reminded that I'm about to run out of... Yeah, hang on. When I'm not reminded that I'm running out of time to settle a debt. But, can't be perfect. Cool. So, let's go. Okay. So when we left off, I had a skill point I can use. Wait, why is there a plus here? Oh, maybe it's just showing that it's adding to all of them. Oh, I don't know. Whatever. Actually, this is probably a good time to look at the checks I can make. Mirror. Kim Kitsuragi. Logic formidable. Kuno, empathy, legendary. Impossible. Can I tell... Oh, okay. Those on why they're available to try now. So, this one, and this one are locked currently, by the sound of it. So I could put a point into Encyclopedia, Empathy, or Logic to reset those so that I can attempt them again. Or I could try again with one of these, and then I can use a point immediately after that to roll it again, I guess. Get like 2 rolls in a row. Game dispenser has been repurposed. Trays full of dice. Colorful polyhedral dice. Hundreds of them. Okay. I think let's go downstairs again. I do want to give the fridge a check, I think. Because I am really intrigued by the possibility that there is something about this body that we haven't discovered.
Are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its belly.
Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, because that was selected. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah. Then I want to throw the point in perception. Oh, maybe I have to leave the conversation. Come back to it.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its belly.
Okay. We're on the unlucky side of it, but this is as close to 50-50 as we're going to get, where we're disadvantaged.
You touch the dead man's body. His skin is cold, light blue and silvery in the light of the fridge. You still have no idea where to begin.
It'll come to you sooner or later.
That's disappointing. Oh, if I put another point into that, then it'll be straight. It'll be even in our favor, which is obviously better. I did like, so pretty much all I'm gonna do here is like go back to the cafe and talk to Gart about the debt and whatnot, but just to let you know, because I want to go on a little bit of a talk here. So in the midst of yesterday going, oh god, I'd love to play some more Disco Elysium, but stream. I looked at a couple of reviews for the game, just on Steam, to see, like, get a feel for... Oh. Oh, shit. I hope there's another way out. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, I didn't even think of that. Shit. Yeah, there's the way up to the woman who's making the dice is, I'm pretty sure, a dead end, so I think I might need to explore this bit of the area a bit more. Like I kind of thought I should have at the end of last stream. Anyway, so I was looking at some reviews of it, reviews of this game on Steam, and, like, there were a lot of people who, like, really love this game, obviously. But I was kind of intrigued by a couple of the negative ones, because I'm like, okay, there were some, like, actual trash garbage, like, politics in video games level takes, which is... It was fucking whatever. But there was one or two that was, like, commenting on the RNG with the dice.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Do I want to unpower any of those in particular? Is that like a... Intercom wires running into the breaker box. What's in here? Insane mesh tank top. Holy shit. Fucking Harry rocking that. I gotta see that. But yeah, there were a few people who weren't too keen on the, what the fuck? Thank you. On, like, the dice being, like, RNG in that. And I kind of get that, right? Like, it can suck to invest, like, in the Fallout 3 way, right? It can kind of suck to invest heavily into a skill and then not have that, like, have that still not work out, right? But I think, like, it usually falls either one of two ways, right? Like, single point advantages can swing the check really, really highly, and that's because of the way that the using two six-sided dice to add to skill checks works. Basically, there is an incredibly high chance that you'll get 7, because there are the most combinations, and every time you move one up or down, it is less and less likely to occur. But your skill points scale linearly, so what happens is you're more likely to be on the lower end or the higher end, and when you start investing points, your chance of success drastically increases as you pass the middle, and then it's like, it does drop off when you're investing a lot into it, but by that point, like, again, getting any single point advantage is going to, like, push it up even further. So, like, once you push past the center, you're very likely to succeed, and literally any little point added to that is just, like, narrowing the gap always. Like, it very much feels, like, it kind of feels vestigial in some degree, because it feels very, like, tabletop RPG. And I get, like, yeah, so, like, I get that, and I kind of understand, like, people's frustration with it, but I think the other thing to realize, too, is that there's just, like, flat-out, straight-up checks throughout the game as well. Like, in dialogue, it will just do a hard check. Do you meet the requirement for this? Like, there are a fair amount of checks that are RNG-based, but and they tend to be the more important things, because you're trying to do something, as opposed to, like, passively coming across information. Yeah, I guess I don't see it as much of a problem, honestly, because, like, even, like, a couple of skill points advantage, which you're getting a lot of skill points in this game, like, I feel like I've barely scratched the surface, and I've, like, put loads of points into my stats. Oh, okay, nice. We did come out here. But yeah, like, it obviously comes down to, it obviously comes down to taste to some degree. Some people don't like it being RNG, which, yeah, fair enough. I do kind of like it being RNG, because it's also not flat either. Like, you can reliably or the way that, like, the probabilities curve, like, the way that the probabilities curve, you need, you get a lot of points by getting past the median, and then, wait, is it average, median, mean? It might be mean, sorry. By getting past the mean result, you gain, like, the most, and after that it kind of diminishes a little bit, but at that point you're reaching, like, 70-80%. And even if you have, like, even if it's completely trivial and you've surpassed it, you could still roll snake eyes, and yeah. I think at some point, like, maybe if you, like, surpass it so much, maybe you shouldn't even roll dice for it. I don't know if, like, it will just decide. Like, it doesn't seem like it will just let you out of a check if you absolutely dominate a stat, but yeah. I honestly don't mind it. Where did you even get that one? No, really, who put it in that drawer? No further comments. Wear it at your own risk. But it gives me drama, though. That's my signature skill. So the union workers not come at all? Hey Charles, how's it going? Oh boy. Hey,
Can I help
Guts.
you?
About that money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
I was wondering if we could come to some sort of arrangement for tonight.
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
Oh shit, I've still got my... I still got the torch out. I'm like shining the light directly into this man's face. About the... Fuck. About the debt. Kim is about to say something, let him.
I understand your predicament as the manager. However,
He adjusts his glasses.
I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and...
He stops mid-sentence.
He shrinks back a bit under the lieutenant's severe gaze.
I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment.
This conversation isn't going anywhere, is it?
Not until you bring me the money.
Okay, I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Fuck.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Kim has offered to help go to his motor carriage in front of the whirling. Okay. Actually, let me put the torch away. I don't want to blind anyone. Doesn't actually have any gameplay effect, but and I guess it does fit in with Harry, because he's a fucking goofball, but... Yeah. So, I don't know if, the achievement I got for being, like... Or for getting Kim to trust me has anything to do with the good cop, bad cop stuff, or, like, any of this. But I do wonder... if, wait, something else on the map? Oh, maybe it was the thing that I fucked up there. But I do wonder if he may or may not actually offer this depending on whether or not we trust him or not.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What? Take the spinners. Oh no! Don't say it, don't think it. Don't say it, don't think it. What are those things?
There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
He makes a spinning motion with his hand. Or hands. What do you mean you confiscated them?
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
So you took his spinners? I would have confiscated them too, they're mesmerizing. Isn't that corruption? A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. Is he implying that the young man was corrupt here? Like, is that what that's meant to mean? Because I'm pretty sure that's not implying Kim is corrupt, because going significantly slower than the speed limit is actually illegal. Like, you should not do... Well, pretty sure it's illegal. Like, you can't, for example, I know, well, this is going to be Australian road rules, but, like, I know you can't go on a highway and then go below a certain amount below the speed limit, and obviously you can't go, significantly lower than the speed limit anywhere, because that's a traffic hazard, just as much, like, if someone's, like, going down a road at 80 kilometers an hour, and you're doing, like, 30 and not speeding up, and, you know, they round a corner coming behind you, you're a hazard, because, like, you're a hazard because you're not moving as fast as you should have, and this person shouldn't need to be expecting a car to be in that kind of situation, closing in on him as he goes the speed limit. That's the thing. I'm pretty sure he's gonna say that, like, that's a comment about the official's son, but...
Mm-hmm. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence.
Isn't that corruption?
I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Oh, right. The fact that he kept the spinners. Okay, gotcha. Said something about a pawn shop?
Yes, there's one 100 meters south of here. I think it's called Roy's Nest or something. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to Roy.
Thanks, I appreciate your help.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Alright. Take spinner hubcaps the thing. Oof, 200 real. Magnificent hubcap spinners that Lieutenant Kisaragi has donated to you so that you can pay for your room at the Whirling. They are slate blue and shimmer haughtily in the light. Alright, time to find... every time this game, or every time I start walking around this game, I realize there's more and more of this fucking place that I have never looked at. Some great tectonic force has cracked the pavement like an eggshell. An ancient fountain doesn't pump water anymore. There's a tree in it. Tire tracks leading onto the roof. The slush and rain has almost washed them off. Plastic wrapped macaronis stamped with something I didn't get a chance to read. This says humanitarian aid tuna fish, not for resale. This says speakers from the people of Samara. This says food gift from the people of Messina. Helpline to the company that controls the drawbridge. What does that say? Does that say Roy's Nest? Roy's Pawn Shop. Fast cash for faster times. Oh boy.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop.
The man at the counter turns to you slowly.
What can I do for you?
He asks.
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Sorry, I feel like I'm interrupting you. It's shameful how insufficient the police presence, is in these parts. Now that RCM is here, tell me, have you had any trouble lately? Sorry, I feel like I'm interrupting you.
No, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately. RCM or otherwise.
He flashes a smile.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake. People who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Quite the collection. I may have something to add to it. Look around. Typical vacuous consumerist objects. Honestly, I think some of your selections presses your finger to your lips. More tasteful than others. This business plan is all over the place. You should specialize, zoom in, recapitalize. Might have something to
It
add to it.
keeps me entertained.
His attention is drawn once more to the play of light and shadow on the walls behind you. Is Roy high? And if yes, then what is he on? Something
Yes,
I'd like to sell.
we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
The lieutenant steps in and hands him the spinners.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump-a-mesque banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
The lieutenant explains as the pawnbroker opens the register and counts the cash.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you.
He takes the cash, then turns to you.
Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest goes in his pocket.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners.
Definitely fair.
The windfall is a small consolation.
Yeah.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Fascinating. I'll check my pockets.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
There used to be a tape in this, but it was destroyed in a fit of rage. Something about the tender's single smallest church in Sains must have rubbed someone the wrong way. The label says the song record was thing. Okay, so I'm not throwing that away. The kind old lady gave me, or that old woman gave me that, so I'm not throwing that away. No. Postcard, sure. I'm gonna hold on to that one. Yep. Oh, I would love to sell that, but no. On that as well. On that as well. Cool. I don't know.
Another time, perhaps.
It is almost midnight. I should probably, like, try and speed along the part of the game that, like, make sure Kim gets some rest. Because I've put him through a lot today. Yeah. We can check in another time. Because I gotta remember the time pressure is not real time. Like, I think like, as far as I understand, time stands still so long as you're not doing anything, or even, like, just walking around. Time only passes when you start having conversations, which is unfortunate because, like, everything in terms of, like, looking at things, or the majority of the time looking at things, is basically a conversation because you're, like, thinking about it. Which, it's interesting how this game has kind of, like, flipped how time passes. Like, in a lot of games that have, like, time pressure, it's usually a real-time or a real-time thing, right? Where real minutes mean that a certain amount of time in-game passes. And then inspecting things is when things kind of freeze up and you can take your time. Like, Pathologic, despite being incredibly high time pressure, freezes things during conversations. Disco Elysium, though, is like the opposite. So long as you're not actually, like, talking to people, it seems like if it doesn't freeze, time moves agonizingly slow. But whenever you're actually interacting with people, talking to them, thinking about things, or anything like that, that's when time actually passes. So my kind of thing of, like, oh, I can inspect everything and not suffer consequences. Like, I have to actually rethink that because, yeah, no, there will be consequences because I can't, like, I'll waste shitloads of time. Hence the problem I'm in, basically. Most people are in bed by 21 at night. The streets are empty by 2 p.m. Everyone's asleep. Good to know. Hey, buddy. Alright, round 7, I think.
Can I help you?
It's about the money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
I have your money.
Well,
Here's 130 real. Slam the bills down. I hope you choke on it. Here it is. Sorry for the trouble.
great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m.
Oh.
Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Oh. Also, nice.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests.
He takes
Anything
the money.
else I can do for you?
He takes the money and hands him a keyring.
Another thing.
Can we talk
Yes,
about the union
not
and the fact that it never
He
came?
hates the Union.
I don't.
We should find out. We don't.
You glance at the clock on the wall.
Good question.
They're probably getting. They probably.
I have a feeling.
Yes.
Alright, same as always. Alright. I don't know if I can go to bed then. That fucking sucks. Or maybe I explicitly need the key to... When he says, like, the locks are... Like, it automatically locks at 9, I don't know if he means, like... I can't get back in after 9 o'clock, or, like, what?
Yes? What do you want to know? Good.
Actually, hold on. There's a... Find money... You need to find 20 real to pay for your room at the Whirling, or it'll be locked after 9. As long as you don't have a free place to stay, you have to do this every night. Okay. Time-sensitive thing. Kim can answer any lingering questions you may have about the case in the RCM. Join him on the Whirling in Rag's balcony after 10, when you're calling it a day. Ah, okay. Right. We may as well do that now, then. Yes, and then I can check in on that tomorrow. Cool. Alright, let's go out to the balcony, then. Smell of the sea makes you dizzy. A gust of briny wind washes over you.
Yes?
Is this not... Wait. Did I misunderstand that? Join him on the Whirling in Rags' balcony after 10 when you're calling it a day. What? Oh god, don't tell me, like, I broke it because I, like, came to this too late or some shit. Assuming this is probably going to be
The
Kim's
door
room.
is closed.
How do I initiate this, then?
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Fuck. I didn't do that much. I can speed through it if I need to.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Okay, here we go. Alright, let's go. When you're calling it a night. I feel like...
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
I feel like that was possibly worded a little badly. Like, it probably should have said, something like, Kim wants to discuss things, let him know when you're calling it a day, and have, like, moving into the room as the fallback, but, like, after 10, like, basically initiating this with him, but that's minor nitpick.
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
So what are our powers? How do you think today went?
Well, We inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. I would say our initial inspection was very thorough, and we have solid leads to follow up on. Then you shot the body down, which was quite a shot.
Damn straight, sharpshooting cop. There's nothing really, I was just doing my job. I was inspired by your confidence in me, Kim. Just can't wait to shoot more shit. I think I was born with a gun in my hands. I was inspired by your confidence.
I admit I wasn't sure whether I should give you the gun, but I'm glad I did. Your shot enabled us to perform a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. I still feel like we missed something, but at least the corpse has been refrigerated. And we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great.
He's right. You could smell it. That something is missing. Even under the overpowering odor of the corpse.
Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinez, I mean.
He takes a deep drag and looks to the city. That's my forte. Unlike most cops, I understand how important communication is in our line of work. The initial interviews, yes. Well, we talked to some people. Wish we didn't have to do any interviews. People are treacherous. And that's my forte.
Very important indeed. Well, we conducted an interview with Everard Clare. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
He's not saying much on the matter because he thinks you could have gotten more out of Everard.
He's a tough cookie, that one. I'm a little intimidated by him, honestly. He has stuff on me. I'm sure I can get him to tell us more. He's a tough cookie, that one.
Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
Big relief. It's a very serviceable name, too. I don't know how I feel about my name, actually. I want a different name, one I haven't ruined yet. Big relief.
Moving on. We didn't talk to the Wild Pines rep. We really must do that tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I wonder if... Is that actually because, like, I double-click everywhere? I noticed that, like, when you move around, he just walks, but then, like, double-clicking, he seems to run. I wonder if depending on whether or not you do that a lot, Kim actually asked this question. I don't like to waste time, you know. My mind moves fast. The rest has to try to keep up. Training for a long-distance run. I want to raise money for charity. Yeah, that's just how we roll in Precinct 41. I don't know why I do the things I do, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I don't like to waste time, you know. My mind moves fast.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills.
He nods thoughtfully, tapping his finger on his cigarette.
Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
He looks at your snakeskin shoes and smiles suddenly. So what are our powers exactly, the RCM?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
I knew a girl. Fucking... The more I see about that Paradise game, the less I'm like, wow, this is fucking terrible, and I'm like, this is the greatest meme that has ever been created. It's fucking absurdist shit.
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Rebachol.
Okay.
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
Wait, how can you be sure the arrestee will show up? I see, and if someone resists?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
When power calls you, you come. But power itself is a fragile trick of perception.
I see. And if someone resists?
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
Have you ever killed anyone, Kim?
Yes. The last time was 4 years ago.
He says it matter-of-factly and moves on. He has internalized it well. It's just that. A fact. A self-contained past event.
What happens to the people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
He taps on his coat pocket, where he keeps his notes. Wait, so if I kill someone while on duty...
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
Definitely. And who makes all these rules?
The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less.
His gaze is absently fixed on a window below that just went dark.
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum.
Yeah, because I wouldn't fucking know, and there's implications either way. Moral intern. What is that?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
He pulls on the cigarette. If I didn't know, how would you describe them?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
What is their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
God, I really like all of these things chiming in to put in their 2 cents. Fuck. Oh man, you can get so different impressions of this of like an organization like that just from which of these chime in. Fuck, this thing here, I think it's like a game doing a similar thing that wasn't thinking about giving voices to these things would probably do this in a much more boring way, where it's just like giving you different impressions and delivering it through the same voice. But like when each of these are essentially like a character within your own mind, like it gives, like, you interact with those suggestions differently because they're not fed to you by the game. They are fed to you by a biased thing in your mind that might be true, but it might also be a really narrow look into it. Hi, North. How's it going? Good to see you again. Who is Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
Fair. What do you think of them?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
He looks at the city below.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like the moral intern?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
North, I can neither confirm or deny these rumors. Sorry.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
I have an opinion on the moral intern.
Do you?
Lieutenant arches his brow and pulls on his cigarette. It's a slim white thing in his fingers. That was... I don't know why, but, like, I kind of expected, like, an embellished line there, and the fact that it's, like, the cigarette. Like, that line reads more like it's clarifying what the cigarette is, not that it's, like, expounding on the description of it. Something about that really gets me. Things are bad out there, point to the city. We need them here, giving us the right to police Revachol. Done an awful job here. Have you seen this place? This isn't humanism. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois, organization protecting bourgeois rights. Immigrants, liberal, kipped, fucking men are turning into women. Oh my... Okay. Second thought, I don't have an opinion. Forget about it. I mean, it's kind of hard to have an opinion just based on... Like, I do have an opinion based on, like, what Kim has described, right? So he specifically shows, like, I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that. And I tend to agree with these observations. Something kind of unusual, something almost self-explanatory. It's positioned as, like, this almost naturalistic thing, right? Where it like doesn't need outer justification for existing or doing what it is doing. And putting forward that image, especially with a governmental body, definitely think, like, side-eyeing that is always, like, or being critical of that is probably always the best thing to go here. Inland Empire, I feel like, is maybe reaching a little bit, like, ominous, and maybe I'm just reading into ominous too much, but, like, I tend to agree with the broad thing that, like, okay, they put forward that, but the reality is that, like, the little that I have to go on in terms of gauging their effect on the world is very much nothing. It also sounds like, the fact that the RCM is... Hang on. The government is just one of its many projects. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence. Others say they're just technocrats. Love, compassion, self-discipline. Yep. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me. Try not to have opinions on facts until they change, and he looks to the city below. It doesn't look like that's about to happen. It's more than that. There's some kind of affection in him. You like the moral intern? When I was younger, my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. They're not all that bad. But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. He thinks, then changes his mind. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me. So, like... I mean, it sounds like Kim's opinion of them may have soured, or less that it's soured and more that, like, the thing he thinks of as important has shifted. But I don't know if I mean, you know, 4 is right out. I don't think I have any grounds to really say one, honestly, so it's got to be one of these two. And whilst it would probably be good enough to be critical and go for 3 as a initial point to kind of pivot off of in terms of, like, well, it would be better to act under thinking that they're this than assuming they're, like, just incompetent. Well, fuck. Actually, I don't know. I think I talked myself out of that now. Because I think this is the only one that makes really sense to me here. Like, I understand that this is obviously trying to get my, like, opinion on this, but, like, given the situation, I don't even know if I can, like, justify something like this. I mean, it's probably true. Like, let's be honest. Especially, like, the whole pointing out the center-right, center-left, it's probably just propping up people in power, let's be honest. But I think the problem is more this. Oh, but then... I don't know. Second thought, I don't have an opinion. Forget about it.
My kind of police officer.
He nods, a light smile, then looks at the roundabout. You know what? I made Kim happy, so that was the right choice. I didn't know you smoked, Kim.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
How did you get so cool, Kim? I think I might want to pick up smoking. Do you have any more cigarettes? I don't think I can really afford to smoke, I'll be honest. I didn't invest that much into physique. I feel like I might have a heart attack if I take a puff. Right then, the debrief.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day.
Harry touches a cigarette. Harry immediately explodes. Yep. Secondhand smoke makes this man wheeze because he didn't invest enough into... Oh, shit. Is it endurance or physical instrument? I can't remember. It's probably endurance because that's literally health. Say nothing. Just look into the night.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
He pulls on the cigarette. Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
And in Jamrock and the GRIH?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
He looks at the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Night. Captain Ptolemy Price steps into the yard. A piebald horse waits by the motor carriage, chewing oats out of an oat bag. Seagulls fly overhead. The sky is black. Captain Price wears a black suit and a standard patrol coat as he mounts the horse to head home. Rows of houses on either side, hunching over the sidewalks, and Precinct 41 with its dome roof growing distant. Around him, the streets are silent. A kid on the corner waves at the captain as he takes the turn on Petition and Main. The horse neighs. The captain nods back. Thanks, kid, he thinks. He's grateful.
I hope our investigation will help improve the situation here. At least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Fair. He puts out the stub of his cigarette and looks to the door. That was nice. I don't know what I... Well, actually, no. I know exactly what I'm going to do. I know exactly what I'm going to do with that point. Yep, I can try the Ice Bear Fridge. It's a little unfortunate that the way the UI is designed, there isn't an indication of whether the challenge can be retried if you select it. Although that might be because I'm missing part of the UI still. So, like, if there is in fact something on the map that actually communicates that as well, then that's fine. But it was a little weird to have a check being selected basically erase that information from you, and especially when that text lines up with stuff like this, it's a bit hard to... It seems like a weird oversight in isolation. Yeah, exactly. Like, and to be fair, like, they probably designed the UI in such a way that, like, they expect you to get the map soon. But because a lot of the things in the UI and the game, especially tutorial-wise, relies on you going to do a thing to get it, you could just wander off. And it kind of... It's, like, a super minor issue, honestly, because, like, if you play around with the UI at all, you'll figure out what's up. But, yeah, it's definitely, like... It's unfortunate. Very, very small bit of polish that could have, like, saved that, honestly. Pick dialogue options that begin with hold on or wait to gain additional information before the conversation ends. Oh, interesting. I don't think there's really anything else I want to do before tomorrow. Find out who is in the Union box. Investigate doomed commercial area. Gotta report back to Plaisance tomorrow. No information on that. Gotta wait. I could ask around, but it's like midnight. Most people are gone. Send the corpse to processing. Check twice to see whether you've done all the corpse-related tasks after you've sent the body away. You can't take it back. Yeah, that's going to be locked until I actually look at it again. Keep searching for the caller despite lacking any obvious leads. Yeah, can't do anything with that. Explore the whirling secret passages. Right. Still got to find the door. No leads there at the moment. Everard asks you to open the basement door behind the greenhouse in the backyard to intimidate the occupant. Do what you have to do. Everard has promised to give you info on the case in return. Special borscht. So I can make a decision on this, but I'm still torn on what I should do with this, but again, I can't really do anything about this right now. Get a reality lowdown. Ask around, talk to more people, explore the city. Yep, sure. Buy shit from Kuno. Find all the pieces. Getting the hangman's boots. Find money and pay rent for... Yep, and I'll probably do that tomorrow morning. So yeah, I'm pretty satisfied that I'm, like, more or less done for now. I could go wandering and just, like, try and find shit, but... yeah, fuck it. Actually, hold on. Let me... Oh. See you in the morning. Oh. Kim was having a bit of trouble there. Wait, isn't that where the other woman was staying? Alright. Like, I don't know if there's penalties for, like, not sleeping, but given the fact that my physique is fucking a trash fire, I should probably be a bit careful.
The fan stands still.
Stupid fan. Huh? Words fail to describe how rank it smells in here. They should have sent a poet. That's a pull.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
Oh.
In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Oh, use your chain cutters to fix the faucet. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Hold on. We can do that before the end of the night. chain cutters.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
The expression is one of my favorite things. Yeah, I love how it refers to that. That whole like dialogue sequence where it's just like, why are you making that face? I don't know, you tell me. It's like, I don't fucking know. What does it mean? Pain? Yeah, that's probably right. Anyway, can you stop making that face? No. What? No, I can't stop making it. Okay. Stop making the expression. I can't stop making the expression. That's really good. Okay. Let's go.
The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber.
I'm never gonna get the stats for this, so I might as well just go.
It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
Alright. God damn it.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Crawl in.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes.
Okay, sorry, something real quick right here. I love the way that this room was designed. Like, I don't know how intentional this is, but I think it's really interesting that the dialogue section frames part of the room such that you see this tape constantly spinning. Wow, that thought immediately left me after I looked at chat. Fuck. It's just an interesting little bit of framing there, because you can see that it's been deliberately lit to, like, draw your eye. And considering where in the room it is, depending on where Harry's standing, I think this always gets caught in this framing here. I don't know how intentional that was, but I think that's actually a really interesting frame to end on, is just the tape kind of whirring in the background, or spinning in the background as you kind of drift off.
And then sleep doesn't come.
Oh.
And
What?
then sleep doesn't come.
Out of all the isometric games I've ever seen, this might be the strongest in using the style to maximum effect. Yeah, definitely. But I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the pillow.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly.
Yeah. Also an oddly intimidating line, too. And then sleep doesn't come. Like, oh. Fuck. The release from consciousness is not past. Bad luck.
Smells of alcohol and sweat. And grease.
Ugh.
It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
Roll over to the other side.
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Who killed him? Who?
Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
No more thoughts. Fall asleep now.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Uh-oh. Is that oil or water? okay.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
What is this? I remember nothing. I was born in a hospital where people usually go to die. I remember nothing.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
Tell me what this is. I'm not answering before you tell me who you are. You said, who? I left. I was left? You said who?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth?
Ooh, okay. Oof. Oof. I might make a comment in a minute, but I'm... Oh god, is this actually going to be determining, like, the backstory to some degree, I wonder? I feel like the implication I got was I left.
Oh no, Funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I'm gonna go with the gut feeling here, because everything Inland Empire was, like, telling me, like, oh, God, don't fucking look back. So I get the feeling, like...
They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone, and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
What is Elysium?
Everything. The Pale and the Isolas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
I've talked to you before.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
Trying to solve this case. My mind is tired and broken.
Your mind is what now? I can't hear you. The rest is just a word dream. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry,
this unnourishing? There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
God, there's another type?
Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Oh.
Good going, buddy.
Oh my god, what the hell was that? I just had the most beautiful dream. Uplifting, rejuvenating. Is that how it's going to be now when I close my eyes? Oh my god, what the hell was that?
Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What the hell is going on with me?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
Why is this happening?
It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more.
Oh.
Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
Wait, what is speed? Okay. Probably a good thing to take a moment here, because that was a lot. And yes, another jolly gut punch. I mean, a lot of this game already is very much like wrestling with your own mind, which is a really intriguing way of doing things. Or, sorry, the approach they take for this is really intriguing, because they don't just, like, you know, you go to your mind thing to do the gameplay and kind of, like, fight through it. It's like, no, all of these things happen in your head, and there are some things that only are evoked sometimes, and they are brutal towards yourself. As evidenced by, like, well, that entire scene basically making Harry feel like fucking shit for ruining everything and then catastrophizing it to, like, failing the entire world because something legitimate, something asinine, who the fuck knows. I I think the one that actually hit me the most wasn't actually the 4.6 billion people you failed line, although I've definitely been there in some regard. It was more the bit where it reflected on, like, do you remember being with your wife and do you remember those intimate moments with her? There's something really existentially devastating about not being able to, or having memory and experience of an incredibly good moment in life and not necessarily never being able to recreate that, but knowing that is so far out of your reach that this is all that remains. I definitely felt that a lot. That's some shit. That was the one that actually got me. Your friends aren't coming back this time was the one that really got me. I mean, yeah, I guess, like, I've been fortunate to keep really important friends. I feel like there's been a couple of, like, times where I think I've lost, like, maybe a couple of people that I really wanted to stay friends with, or, like, that just ended up, like, tragically or whatever. Like, things wouldn't work out. But, no, the the memory of a time that was really good that you can never recreate was the thing that, like, actually slammed me, because, like, I've been in depths of thought of that before, and it's not a fun time at all. Wait, what is speed?
Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die.
Wow, thanks, Volition.
Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it. It's that simple.
I like that these voices are starting to fight now. There's no one that I really want to reconnect with, so I guess my connection was less about direct applicability with, and more that related feeling of severance, being deeply invested in bonds that ultimately didn't last. Yeah, that's definitely understandable. Like, the few times that has happened to me, like, ultimately I think it was probably for the best, and thus I don't look back on it as a, well, it's obviously sad, but the thing that lingers is not the actual severing of it, but the time lost before it, if that makes sense. Yeah, no, I think that's pretty accurate. I tend to dwell on the lost past as opposed to the actual severing. I need to get more of it. Then detecting is my life. Opt in. No, I can take this. I'm going to go looking for. Wait. Oh, I am not going to go looking for speed. I misread that. Oh yeah, that's fair, and I guess maybe the same for me. I struggle to separate one from the other. Well, that's the thing, right? Is like I feel like I can separate those because. Well, yeah, I feel like I can separate those. Those don't necessarily mesh, or they aren't like intrinsically linked in the same way, because I tend to dwell on one rather than the other. So yeah, but obviously that's not the same for everyone. So yeah, I'm not going to looking for speed. Have you seen my fizz stats? I feel like I'll die.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
You keep saying that. I don't know if I believe you. Harry's heart will explode. Then Harry's body will also explode. Your Harry will explode. That's the core thesis here. Yep. If anything bad happens to Harry, physically, he will just, like, combust. Instantly. That's a lie. I can do this without the speed. Half the town won't be dead.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
I get the feeling this is probably going to be a returning thing.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings.
Go out on the balcony, see if anything's immediately changed outside. I love how damn direct Disco Elysium's writing is. Yeah. Well, and that's like an advantage of the conceit, because that's an advantage that the conceit of the game has. Basically having tons of voices that just talk directly to the player and player character. They can be a lot more direct with that. They can have more fun with, like, that, well, yeah, they can be more direct without it feeling like the game is literally telling, like, it feels like the game is literally telling you the thing, kind of like what I was talking about before. But yeah. Alright. First things first, I am actually just gonna straight up pay Gart. I think I'm also gonna buy, like, a couple of, health things, because I am, like, low on refills. Oh! Well, well, well. Here in the morning. Interesting. And Kim has a thing. Good morning. What's up?
Morning.
He gives you a quick nod.
Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them.
He points to the mess hall doors. Why do we need to talk to them? What do you mean, rowdy? Are these the men Gart told us about yesterday? What do you mean by rowdy?
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast, there's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
Are these the men Gart told us about yesterday?
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said.
He looks at his notes.
One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
He crosses something out. As did I, evidently. Let's
One more
roll.
thing before we do.
Hmm?
We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first.
Okay.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Can I help you?
About my bill for tonight.
Got the 20 real?
Yeah, 20 real for the night.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Gotcha. Goodbye. Morning.
Just a moment.
The old woman turns back to the cafeteria manager.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
The cafeteria manager appears genuinely apologetic.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
She turns back to you with a weary smile. Good day, ma'am. Everything alright? Sorry, ma'am, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. Tell me how, might make it up to you.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The Union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
She sighs. Wait, what's wrong with the phone line?
The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
Why did you need to use the phone anyway?
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
Okay, I'll buy it. Oh, this sounds like a side thing. I need to take care of my main thing, and then I'll get back to this. Okay, I'll buy it. Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. But you have more important things to worry about.
She glances out the window toward the bay. What is this expedition your husband was on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
You mentioned traps. Could there be some problem with them?
I doubt it, sweetie. The traps aren't big enough for humans to get caught in them. They're for the insect. Anyway,
She looks around.
Do it. Find him. This will surely lead to a mystery with that extremely rare insect. Yes, please. Some science fiction is exactly what's needed right now. Spice up that vanilla murder investigation.
This sounds like police business. I'll help you find your husband.
Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? I did suggest we play it cool, but...
The lieutenant tilts his head toward the vigilantes in the cafeteria. It's just a little side thing. We'll do it down the line. I've already given my word. I'm on a bound to uphold it. I got a premonition that this missing scientist is connected to our main case. I think it would be good to take a break from the hangman for a little while. It's just police work. It's just a little side thing. We'll do it down the line.
If you say so.
He sighs.
oh, thank you, officers. Truly, I'll be right here if you come across any sign of Morel.
Okay, so I probably don't want to keep the union workers going, or, like, I don't want to keep them waiting too long, especially with the morning. So what I'll probably do here is go down to the pawn shop, what did I want to do outside immediately? Pay Gart, get some health stuff. I really want to find a plastic bag so I can, like, make some money returning plastic and stuff, but yeah. That's all for now, man.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type.
Wait, there are Copo types?
Yes. Guess what's yours?
Cool cop. Some kind of weapon cop? Sorry cop? Sorry, I'm not sure. I'm sorry you had to monitor me. Sorry cop? I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Yes, sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here.
Okay, but what are the other Copo types? Won't the other Copo types be jealous? I'm sorry. Fuck. You know, actually, I'm not sorry. I changed my mind. Fucking, they should be sorry. Okay, but what are the other Copo types?
Oh, you know. Apocalypse, Superstellar, the Advanced Interesting Cop, Liquid Shadow Cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go?
Won't the other Copo types be jealous?
What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry. They'll be super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything.
It's okay. Sorry cop is actually like a parallel Copo type. So you can be multiple if you take sorry cop. I'm sorry.
Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time you say you're sorry, you get $1 million.
Oh, I wish.
That won't happen.
Thank you, Logic, for clearing that up. Actually, I wonder if you fail that, if it's just like, oh, maybe it will. That'd be fucking hilarious. It speaks to a team who sat down and said, if we're going to depict this stuff, we're going to be frank about it, for good and for ill. Yeah, stare it directly in the face. And don't look away. Make that the whole thing. It's gonna be uncomfortable in some degree, but... Yeah. Of course. Sad policeman destroys himself with facts and logic. Yes. Aw, damn it. Now I feel even more sorry. Okay. Embarrassment to the party. You're one sorry piece of shit. A cop penitent, a flagellant cop monk. This is not the right line of work for you. You should be groveling at the feet of a feudal lord, providing lurid evidence against yourself at the Mazovian show trial, or ripping the flesh from your back with a cat of nine tails. Whatever made you this way, you can be damn sure it was your own fault. Do it. Really criticize yourself. Who knows? You might uncover something of importance from your guilt-ridden past. If I had room for it, I would get it. But, as it stands, certainly do not have the room for it now. Oh, cool. We can sort by days. Nice. Tuesday. The aging cryptozoologist has been... Yep. Lena wants to know what happened to Morel. He set off southwest across the canal. Start by going there. Okay. Fuck is that? It's a bowl. There's spit in it, reeking of tobacco. Ah, right. Chewing tobacco. Oh, hey.
Let me handle this.
The woman says to the crowd in the mess hall before turning to you.
Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
Wow, we're just throwing back the curtain, are we?
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
You're the gardener. I knew you were not a gardener.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
She crosses her arms.
So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does.
She points to the man on her right.
That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What if I want to talk to you, not Titus?
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
I saw what you were thinking. You want to say, what are you going to do to me? Don't. Just because it's in your head doesn't mean you have to say it.
That's why I didn't pick it, but thank you, authority.
You will not lose out on anything good by not saying it.
Oh my god, the negatives. You will not lose out on anything good by not saying it. Fuck, when people throw negatives into the multiple negatives into their sentences, I always get thrown for a loop. It's them, the Hardy Boys. I really wish this wasn't... I really hope this isn't... So, before we established that it's probably a good idea to go past the dock worker or the union workers without, like, saying a word, and then I talked to this woman who ended up being a union worker, but I didn't know. I hope that didn't do the thing, because that would kind of suck. I should talk to Titus then. And then walk out the door. Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys, good band name or bad band name? See, I thought wrestling, personally, but yeah. Okay, first things first. Whoop, hold on. What's this?
In the morning light, the white on blue police livery on the motor carriage cannot but catch your eye.
Wasn't I supposed to...
Do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. This is a Caprice Canema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Canema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour.
Won't it roll over on the first sharp corner? Turn your attention to the motor carriage itself. Motor carriage is... Won't it roll over?
The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Canema effectively a mobile power plant.
This tech talk is really rubbing me the right way here.
Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
That machine really puts the loco back in locomotion. Point to the vehicle. Very cool. Oh my god, you dunce. I don't like your machine, Lieutenant. Looks impractical. Motor carriage, one of many. Nah, fuck it, point it out.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look?
The lieutenant smiles ever so slightly. What's it packing there? Point to the engine. Fine machine, run your hand over the...
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
That's what? Rub your chin. A 7-liter V12? Mama's serving some serious macaroni. Thought it would make more.
7.2. Supercharged.
The lieutenant is trying to suppress a smug smile, unsuccessfully.
Saying these words brings him immense joy.
A fine machine.
Yes. An extraordinary machine.
There's gentleness in the lieutenant's voice as his eyes run over the vehicle's contours.
Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot. It's a bit girly right now. Fit it with some proper off-road components.
Shut up. Ever thought about switching to helium headlights? With the winch and mud tires, we could take it off the beaten path, Kim. Ever think about switching headlights?
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first.
If we ever get this case sold, maybe we can do it together.
Maybe. Yes, definitely maybe.
He replies with an apologetic smile and nods.
And means no.
Yeah, fair. I've been kind of a disaster so far.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
A man clearly coming off a huge high asks if he can work on your motor vehicle with you. What do you say? Picked up the
This is
radio.
Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
You heard back from the ICP about the serial number.
Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Bétancourt, sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies in the Seminine conflict. So, it seems the armor went to Seminine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued.
Do you know what it's called now?
The most recently registered firm that the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP is a military contractor called Trinell, and the one before it was Downwell. I think they might be the same contractor.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom this suit was fitted.
First, has the firm continued to work for pharmaceutical companies through all these name changes?
Hard to say. Their client list is rather diverse and incomplete. The only constant seems to be that the mercenaries are always deployed in third and fourth world countries.
Oh! Is that so? Why does that not surprise me? A suit of armor like this would have been customized to fit the wearer. There must be a record of the person to whom it was issued.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though.
This is a fun challenge for her. An opportunity to contribute beyond doing her job by rote. She'll gladly put in the extra effort for Team RCM.
Yes, thank you, officer. I really appreciate your efforts in this case.
Glad to help. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have more for you then.
Okay, connect me to the 41st, talk to Sylvine again. Did you find out more about... No, I'll talk about that tomorrow, and yeah, I'm done.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set.
Yeah. Cool. Alright, well, we got a lead on that at least. I talked to you before?
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
The man mutters to himself, accenting the beats as he goes.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
It's better than, I can't remember his name now. Oh my god. I am the law. Keep listening.
From another planet. Hey there.
He finishes and turns to you. What's going on here?
It's the jam, my man.
He motions towards the sprawl of lorries with a sweeping gesture.
The air from the east is thick with the smell of crude oils, heavy metals and other byproducts of the modern era. You can almost taste it.
What's the jam?
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
He glances south down the road. Limbo, huh? So that's where I am.
Yeah, exactly.
It's official. He too agrees. This is the antechamber of the afterlife.
Tommy, you're just a cool dude and I like you. Yeah. All of the characters we met so far that are like directly involved with like the with the workers' strike and that have been like pretty polarized, I want to say is the right word. Like there's the racist trolley guy, there's the agitated dude. I know there's a guy up on the rafter or like just behind the gate that's like a pretty big into it too. Then there's obviously like Everett and that. Like the two people that are really like sort of like Tommy seems like directly in the middle of all of this, like not really taking a side, whether or not that's a good thing or not, but it's just like caught in the middle and it's like, oh. Okay, well fuck, I guess I gotta make do. And then there's Manana, I think his name is. Who's like very obviously like on the side of the workers' strike, but is still just like kind of chill about it. Yeah, him and Tommy are really cool. So how long have you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Mazout is an antiquated term for heavy fuel oils. This man has a barely suppressed performative streak. Or he just likes unusual words. Or both.
I dig your style, man. Extravagantly phrased, but I can roll with it. I don't quite understand what you just said. Could you say it again or only... I dig your style, man.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
He snickers in appreciation of the digging of his style.
Behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
I mean, the situation sucks.
So tell me, what do you need?
Care to spare some change for working stiff? I don't know. I don't know if I want to go down that route. Tell me more about this strike.
It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands. No way in or out.
What's the union demanding?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess.
Yeah, I like Tommy.
I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
That is the person I need to talk to.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
What do you think the company wants?
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do.
He's got tattoos too, I think. I'm pretty sure that's not part of a that's not like a high collar oh no, it's going up into his neck. Like, yeah, that's probably tattoos. All of who?
Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really.
He smiles awkwardly. Not you?
Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
He glances down the road toward the horizon, a glint of something in his eyes.
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
Low but not insurmountable. What do I need to roll? A 7. 7 or higher? Wait, why is that so low then? Am I misunderstanding something with this? Oh, sorry, 9. Oh my god, I added that up incorrectly. No, okay, that explains why it's low. I went like 6 and 3, that's 7, right? I think I thought 6 and 3, but then I looked at empathy and added 3. I think that's what happened just then. But whatever. We can give this a shot.
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I mean, if I'm gonna fail, I may as well fail spectacularly. Trying to like genuinely pry it out of him instead of being over the top is probably, or trying to like lowball the failure here, I feel is probably gonna be worse than highballing it. Because then he's like, okay, man's a bit too much into my style, instead of like, dude, that's really personal. What the fuck? My man, I want to know about your soul.
Cool. We all want to know each other's woes and all. But people, man, they have slippery souls.
Just like that, he slips out of your reach. It is possible the yelling didn't help.
Fair. What are you holding anyway?
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Time to arrest him. Relax. He's merely joking.
Wicked. I've always wanted a friend in the underworld. Okay, what are you actually hauling?
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits, and that kind of thing.
Oh, fuck. Has Kuno been stealing that shit?
They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately.
That's your machine behind you.
This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
He points at the lorry with his thumb.
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6?
That a found A6 you got there? Yeah, these lorries are pretty neat. Interested? Not really, I just asked because, I don't know, must be a cop reflex. That a found, yeah.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
He gives the side of the lorry a friendly knock.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry.
Could I get one of the phone?
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
I'll just buy it at warehouse pricing. Like, surely that's... No. I mean... He joked about it being illegal, so, like... I feel like this is being too stiff with him, but... Right, I had another question.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
I'm good for now. Good talk.
Don't be a stranger.
He gives a salute with 2 fingers. Chill dude. I just realized the other thing I was going to do this morning. Was talk to... Oh, hold on. I can hear a thing. There's something down there. Musty smell of a potato cellar in spring emanates from the air vent. Shit ain't nothing to me. Oh my.
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that dark sarcophagus?
She's looking for the right expression. The dark sarcophagus... Pause dramatically.
Yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
It was a carnal house of failed business enterprises, leeching life energy from this bookstore. Honestly, a dump. Nothing to see there, just heaps of garbage. Someone should let in some sunshine. I am in no position to give out personal opinions. Honestly, a dump. Nothing to see there. Just heaps of garbage. Someone should let the sun shine in. Oh, actually, yeah, like, Drama does make a good point, but I wonder if, like, breaking her out of the idea that it must be a curse is going to make her spiral, or if, like, reassuring her that it is that would keep her going. Like, I think it's probably good not to be delusional about the business you're running, considering it's probably your livelihood to some degree, but... honestly, a dump.
But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity?
I talked to the entity you told me about. Her name is Nia, and she's a novelty dice maker.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
Her eyes widen. She's not a sorceress or some malicious entity. She's a businesswoman, like you. No, ma'am. I have felt Aurora. She's not the one to blame for this curse. She may be involved, but I don't have a way to question the malignant entity further. No, ma'am. I have felt Aurora. She's not the one to blame for this curse.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
She looks perplexed.
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Okay. I'm actually really glad that these voices are starting to, like, contradict each other, because I was kind of worried that it was just giving us passive information, but it seems like it getting into the day 2 area-ish of things is where things start to become a bit more thing. She says there is no curse because there are too many inconsistencies. She said it's just capitalism. Bankruptcy is a quirk of our economic system. The source is in the taxidermist's shop. He became involved in arts darker than taxidermy and brought the void spirits down upon this place. Honestly, I don't have an answer yet. There are still leads to be followed, like that strange radio computer thing. There is another entity, more malignant, pulling the strings in Martinez. Perhaps in my travels I will cross paths with it. No. It's the curse is capitalism. The curse is capitalism, ma'am. Like, I really need you to understand that this is just how that functions. I did kind of talk about this yesterday, but like a better way of more insight on this woman came to me after I turned off the stream. This really speaks to how a lot of people will build up any sort of defense, narrative, or whatever to avoid thinking about the fact that the problem might be a systemic issue. Like, it can't be that our economic system just relies on the fact, or doesn't really give a shit about whether people's businesses fail, and the fallout of that. It can't be that that is how the whole thing is expected to work. It must be something essential, individual, on an individual level, or something mysterious and just inexplicable. Like, it's honestly, and I mean, living in current day, it's honestly inexplicable, or, like, it's honestly baffling that people will inexplicably just erect entire, like, falsified narratives about, or not falsified narratives, that's not the word will mysticize things, will do, like, anything to avoid thinking about, and I can only speak from, like, my assumption here, because I don't think like this, I don't 100% understand it, but my feeling is that it's got to do with avoiding the idea that you personally cannot fix this, and that the problem is much larger than you and is probably not easily fixable by you. And confronting that fucking sucks. But everyone confronting that together and kind of working together to change things is the way it actually works. But so long as people... Like, people will fall into this absolutely, like, by themselves, not necessarily pushed along by people or specific people. But so long as there is an incentive to make sure that people don't think about these things or are uncomfortable thinking about them, the more that just continues to be a thing. I can understand the defense mechanism having lived it, and yeah, as far as my own experience, you're on the mark. It's not healthy, but the acute sense of utter disempowerment that comes from confronting systemic issues does make escapism deeply appealing. Yeah, and, like, the fact of the matter is that, like, to some degree, the escapism is fine. Like, that's perfectly good, and even if it means that someone doesn't... Like, even if it gets to the point that someone is less effective at maybe pushing for change, I don't think that's necessarily wrong, because I wouldn't expect any individual to contribute, like, a flaw to, like, fixing things. The problem is more when the escapism is to utterly avoid that. And, you know, I think I, like, need to be careful when talking about it, because, like, I'm literally playing a video game on my off time from work, right? Like, this is helping me think about, like, broader things, but ultimately, like, it's not something that's, like, fixing a broad thing. But doing that is fine. Like, but if the thing is completely inhibiting me or preventing me from realizing a real actual problem in my life or more broadly, then I would say there's probably a problem with that. Yeah. Like, fortunately, I'm in a situation where me realizing that is not affecting me in such a way that it would bring down, like, or that it would send me into a spiral incapable of, like, I'm catastrophizing that a little bit, but basically that realization doesn't affect me as much as it might affect other people who are more bought into things like that, or who rely more on their, not escapism, but, like, their understanding of things to push forward. It's kind of like almost like, there's a parallel there with, like, how religion kind of helps people move forward. There isn't actually any problem with, like, someone thinking that, you know, there would be a better tomorrow, like, so long as I can keep pushing forward, and religion is a place that I can find it to keep going. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. It's the things that kind of happen as a result of, like, really buying into that's the problem, if it makes sense. Yeah, the nightmare trap of maximum efficiency. You've seen my feed enough to know how much I've struggled with anger, and a lot of it was fueled by my by this overcompensating mindset of refusing myself any escapism at all. Yeah, exactly. Like, I really want to reiterate that, like, like, this critique of this woman is not a condemnation of escapism at all. It's more looking at the idea that you can buy into an escapism that actively prevents you from fixing things, and that is a problem. Isolated escapism to, like, wind down or anything like that is perfectly fine, and in fact necessary, I would argue, but yeah. Anyway, we stayed on this screen for a bit too long. Yes, it's capitalism, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Wait, what? The entire economic system is cursed?
If by cursed you mean is just going to make people fail for arbitrary or often arbitrary reasons, then yeah, I guess. Capitalism is pretty cursed, to be honest. True. Her entire face goes white as a skull.
This is a lot for her to pass.
I'm afraid that only world revolution can help you. Yes, the system must be cleansed of... Okay. It's true, we live in a precarious world. Nothing ever turns out right. You need to get used to chaos. To chaos. Newest girl's ears perk up. What I meant was I found the source of the doom. Forget about the economy thing. I'm afraid only world revolution can help you. This is a lot for her to parse. See, in a more realistic scenario, I would probably go with this, right? Because selling, like, the more... Selling her more the means sort of thing here is probably a better idea than the goal. Because in the case that this woman is just like, okay, well, what the fuck do I do then? It's just like, you kind of have to move with change. Like, it's not literally tearing down the problem, but it is going to help her, like, exist before it can be teared down, if that makes sense. Oh, God. Because I want to meme and just go for the communism route entirely, but, like, I'm actually, like, wondering whether it would be good in this specific circumstance to sell something a bit more palatable. Yeah, part of the difficulty lies with, as far as a long-term change in someone's worldview, all you can really do is meet them where they are and introduce the least inaccurate thing they'll still accept. Yeah, exactly. And then, like, the well, what do I do in the meantime kind of thing probably isn't, well, revolution. It's probably more, this is how things are. Like, adapting to that and not thinking, and not, like, obscuring the actual issue by all of this curse nonsense is good. Like, yeah. I mean, but then again, now that I think about it, although this has, like, a prescriptive aspect to it, it's still a pretty, like, hard thing to sell too. We live in a precarious world, nothing ever turns out right, instead of, I'm afraid the only, oh god. I'm thinking about this too much. Ironic that empathy is the one to chime in here, because, like, my particular route, or my particular thought process on this is a lot more about empathy than the, I suppose, like, the ultimate outcome of things. We're gonna try with this, I think.
Precarious world? Economy?
She looks down at the pendant in her trembling hands. I mean, who knows? Maybe I would have created the most staunch communist in existence by just selling the fucking revolution to her. But
I understand what's going on here. You went in there, rummaged around, and accomplished nothing. And now you're telling me these intellectual things to cover up for it.
She looks down at the pendant in her trembling hands. Well, because there was nothing to accomplish, Placence.
It's okay. You don't have to. I was wrong to trust another person. I will manage this psychic calamity as I always have. Alone. On my own.
As she has to, every day.
Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
She concludes, tucking the pendant away in her blouse.
Wow. Total psychic collapse between you two right now. There was never any other way this could have gone. She's just too far gone into her own mind.
Yeah, I even did the lowball thing here. First High North, second still here, been playing Risk of Rain 2, but listening to this has been a trip and a half. I bet. We're talking about some shit today, Charles. Disco Elysium brings it out of me. What can I say? Or us, in the case of discussing things with North.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am. Can we go now?
Yes. Farewell for now, book peddler. How's she going? Oh, thank you, video game.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
Ugh. What are you doing now?
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess. Oh, I found something while you were away.
Suddenly she smiles and perks up. And yeah, this feels about right, because full disclosure, it's pretty far behind. It's pretty far behind me, but I used to be a pretty garbage person. I do wish the people who tried to talk to me had a chance to see that they ultimately did make a difference with the timescale that change actually occurs on. Yeah, I completely get you. Like, thinking about my own, like, kind of trip into not thinking things I used to, it happened over such a long period of time. I feel like even, like, really big steps have only happened, like, fairly recently compared to, like, the point in time I can pick that this started to crack some facade. Like, it's... yeah. You can often be years past a friendship, and suddenly a good result of that will happen. And there's no one to thank. Just kind of have to move on and hope you can pass the same message on to other people to help them through that, and maybe like what's the word, like second-hand joy of like breaking out of that mindset. The way that story pacing generally goes, that process of growth over years and years just can't be depicted. Though, come to think of it, that could be done with time skips in a longer overarching story. Yeah, just keep that in my pocket for later. Yeah. Honestly, a story spanning like someone's entire life would allow you to do that, but obviously there's a lot of really big problems with trying to depict a story like that. I do very much prefer Disco Elysium's approach to the false idol of thinking that if you can just say exactly the right things and push hard enough, you can change anyone's mind. Because, oh boy, does that fantasy ever cause a lot of damage. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a problem in, like, D&D, in, like, sorry, really weird tangent, but, like, this is the thing I think of, where, like, natural 20s and, often natural 20s and, natural 1s, so crit failures and successes, are often depicted as, like, being able to basically rewrite reality. Which I don't like. Because it basically removes the context of things, right? Like, it is... so, to be clear, it is mechanically really cool that you could succeed at anything, right? But I think there's a way that can be written, that can be, like, accounted for much more compellingly than, again, basically making it rewrite reality. Like, you crit fail against someone who's, like, one of your best friends there, but your worst enemy now, in a really important moment. You crit on, like, something that should have been literally impossible, it is now possible. I honestly don't like that. A D&D campaign that I watched that, is DM'd, by... well, it's the Unexpectables, who, Monty Glue is their DM. Her approach to, like, how crits affect things is, I think, a much more grounded and interesting take on it, where if you try and convince a character you hate of something, and you crit succeed, you don't convince them. Maybe you planted a seed where you otherwise wouldn't? Like, I think that's a more interesting thing. And it kind of touches on something you talked about, North, where it's really hard to depict that kind of impact. Because in situations where you achieve something that wouldn't have otherwise been possible, but it's, like, not an immediate thing, it's really hard to tell whether you had an impact or not. And I think when it comes to a D&D campaign, that is actually interesting, because maybe that character thinks differently of you later on, and that matters to maybe even a small degree. something like that. Communicating that over like a video game though is like really fucking hard to do. I just realized it's been almost 2.5 hours and I haven't taken a break. So I'm going to do that. Fuck. But yeah, I really appreciate when like your ability to convince people is not like rewriting reality. It's just having effects that are realistic, but that still have a range where possible. Like, I think that's honestly better than just, you made the check, you convinced the... Yeah. Granted, you're making really good headway. I hope I am, but... Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't... It's hard to feel like that when it's day 2, and I feel like I've played this game for, like, almost 15 hours at this point, but... Yeah. Anyway, break, because I should do that. I will be right back. Actually, I'm going to turn up the music just a little bit so there's some ambience. Oh, maybe I need to... It's still a little soft, but there's not nothing. I'm back. Alright, let's get our sound settings back to normal. I can see... Okay, so... on my audio mixer in OBS, I had, the... Nearly said that out of... shat myself. Good one, North. So in OBS, I have my desktop audio mixed down 4.4 decibels. That's just... I didn't choose that deliberately. That's just where the sound seemed to sit good for like most things I was playing on desktop, or most things I was playing through the PC. When I was switching it, like, I tuned it up just for the break there. So I went to go back, and it went... I overshot it to 4.5. Then I tried to move it to 4.3. And then I started moving it back, and it moved, but it didn't update the number, and then it moved another pixel again, and it was 4.5. And I'm like... What are you doing? Stop that! I know you moved a pixel. I know the setting changed. Please reflect that. God. Anyway. Oh, you can move this with your mouse. Nice. I have to remember that. Back down you go. Alright. What is it?
I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me.
Aww.
The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
She gives you a hat. Almost exactly like the one Dick Mullen wears on the covers. Wait, where did you get it?
Just what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there.
Oh, a detective hat.
Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that.
She grins.
Right, I have to get back to my homework now, before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
She looks back at the the infernal scribblings under her nose. I do enjoy when people refer to math as like some demonic script. That's fucking great. Indecipherable glyphs are these. It's like I see like a integral function, and I'm like, wait a minute. I know these runes. Fuck yes. If anything, this wide-brimmed hat looks even better than the hat Dick Mullen wears. Dick Mullen is stupid and not even real. You're real. Your brain is real. Your real brain is inside the hat. Sure fucking is. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. You know, wear the mesh top just for kicks, but yeah. I do like having the extra shivers. God, I wish I had... I'm not gonna lie. It's really easy to put a lot of, like, the intuitive traits into things like, things equivalent to dexterity and wisdom. I really like that there are actual physical ones, though. So, like, even a person who heavily invests in physic does have some level of, I guess passive sense, even though all of these things are passive. But, like, yeah, like, I really like that some of the intuitive stuff isn't just, like, intelligence-based, or even, like, again, wisdom-based. There are physical versions of that. I mean, I have slowly started to enjoy higher math. Enjoy does not mean understand. When I look at it as an eldritch lens into the soul of existence. So, it is true. Math is our basically interpretation of, well, not interpretation, but like, I mean, I guess it is interpretive to some degree, but our like codified understanding of incredibly fundamental ways the universe works. Oh yeah, it's really good. Kinetic intelligence is totally a thing and is massively overlooked in all the RPG framings. Absolutely. And I think, like, to some degree, like, that's understandable, because the whole point in this game is that each of these has their own voices, and it necessitates that complexity, because there are so many nuances to someone's mind, for example. I understand in a lot of other RPGs that don't quite focus on, like, the internal aspect of that simplifying it and collapsing it into specific stats for specific things, it does make sense. But this game exploring it in this way and going to this level of, like, distributing some intuitive things, some physical things, some sight, like, all of that stuff, like, not just limited to one stat, is just very good. Again, if you're going to do it, you may as well do it right. I did get a skill point. I think I'll hold on to that for now, because I don't really know what I'm going to do next. That's for tomorrow, so we don't need to worry about that. I think our first thing should be find the rep, but we need to go back and talk to, we need to go back and talk to the union workers at least, and I want to do that before 9 o'clock. It's probably a good idea that I do this early, because I don't know when they're... Well, they're obviously striking, but they're probably doing something still, so, like, it's not necessarily true that they'll stick around there the whole day. Being fucking bullied by a Tonberry. Is there any other way to, like, interact with a Tonberry? Because I don't know it. I still need to find a fucking plastic bag. Just don't know where I'd actually get one. I'm sorry, guys. I had some very important things to do. Tips hat.
This is where you say your bit.
A broad-shouldered man points at you with a beer can. Is there a... Oh, okay. Oh, I guess it waited for him to finish his animation.
Detective.
Lieutenant acknowledges you with a sharp note. He's leaving it to you.
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you. He trusts you. Maybe against his better judgment, but he does.
Ooh, don't say anything yet? Oh, your name is Titus? Ah, ha, ha, ha. Oh god, do I want to go with the... We're not talking about his attitude. That's... No, it's Jack Garland. Don't say anything yet.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
Do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants, sire.
I like your tone sometimes, drama. The chatter is too inane to reach your ears. Raise your chin and gaze into the distance like a prince. We need to talk about the hangman.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
He looks around.
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
He looks to Titus for approval.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
He would make it a lot angrier, North.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like cleaning up other people's shit.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
As antagonistic as you've been, I feel like you're right on this one.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match.
Yep.
Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man. In his 30s. Overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size 45 or 46. eldest in the room, probably mid-50s, smoker, quiet. Across, at the other table, hobnailed working boots, size 43, gang tattoos, Mesk or Sarah Maritzian, in his late 30s, early 40s. He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock Quarter. There were incarcerations, hard to say what else. The ink is fading. And then, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 46, the big dick, wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips, rugby cap, fingerless gloves, and numerous scars, a little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44, 40-something, non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum? On his neck. Forget it. It's not important. Let's call this one the musician.
Okay, and the little guy?
Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing.
Oof.
In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy, boot size 46, deep marks, probably carried the victim over. He, alone, is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy.
One of them is missing, the odd soul.
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
Titus is staring at you with his head tilted. Found 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where is the 8th Hardy boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us, and we're all here.
He sizes you up. Oh, great, no.
Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
He shakes his head.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And
he points to the lieutenant.
You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
The lieutenant adjusts his spectacles.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Would I really want to go with the hard question here? It's probably not going to be a thing, because it's already kind of, like, implied that whatever thing I could have gotten from it is past, but, it would be a bit of a power move to be like, okay, we'll be back, and then come back and ask them another question, and then go, and then come back and ask them another, like, pestering them, kind of, like, oh yeah, you're the guys who'll come back to after a bit, like, you're not the main concern here, but you are a person I'm gonna bother. Yeah, you know what? I'll do that. I'm gonna take off now. I am, however, still gonna look around. Photos of men in overalls toting guns and Union placards. This is what I studied law for, Jesus. You see hawthorn bushes outside. 2 in the chest and he goes down. Better not be talking about me, motherfucker. Titus, you were told to keep a low profile. The tomatoes are so thinly sliced that you can see through them. Big boss has it covered. Hey, don't go be going soft on me. Monica's titties are big.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Actually, before I decide anything about this, I should go and talk to the rep. Or I should at least try and find the rep. I feel like she's going to be important. Or having her perspective is probably going to be important. Because we don't really know what the company's deal and all this is, other than the obvious and not wanting to hand over control of the company to the workers. God, I'm kind of annoyed that, like, I'm kind of annoyed that I got baited into talking to the gardener. I should have realized that her being in there was suspicious, considering I already thought that it was suspicious of her to be hanging around on the corner. Because I specifically had a bit of dialogue that was, like, pointing out that, well, that seems like she's on the lookout for something. Also, wait, where's the...
Yes?
Oh, it's been refreshed by Sorry Cop. Interesting. Let's try it again.
You pick over what's left of your frontal cortex,
Fuck.
but no compelling explanations emerge.
God damn it. Can't I do the... wait, what? Oh. Yeah, I think I'll go to the rep first, talk to them, and then kind of move on from there. The question is, how the fuck do I see them? Or where would she be, I guess? Where's, Hang on, let me pull out my journal again. Find the representative of the logistics company who owns the harbor and ask her about the murder. She should be around here somewhere.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Menano, right? He looks at you with soft and hazy eyes. Actually, do you know anything about the Hardy Boys?
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
He takes a swig from his flask.
Is he actually comparing you, an officer of the law, to some neighborhood vigilantes? Come on. He's just trying to keep the peace.
Yeah, let it go.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
Good talking to you, gotta run. Have we actually been anywhere that I would, like... See, I know this guy's, like, guarding this button here for the gate. But I don't know if, like... I don't know if... What's unclear at the moment is, in case of strike, press button behind guard. Uh-huh. Like, I don't know if, like, the access I have... the access I have to the ref is guarded by the gate? So, like, I'm unsure if I can even, like, talk to her without confronting them. And I also don't want to... Like, the fucking agitating little shit outside, I really don't want to, like, work work into his kind of plan here, which I don't know, I may have to, honestly, but I can go exploring a bit more around here and see if I can figure out a way to get around. Because it kind of looks like this is... yeah, this only just leads to Everett. Was there a way through Everett's place to somewhere else? Was it a dead end? I forget. Oh yeah, by the way, there were a lot of reviews that were just 10 out of 10. I died while sitting in a chair. Because the chair was too painful. That was fucking great. No. Actually, I wonder if Kim has anything to say.
Yes?
Tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
Can we go?
You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again?
No.
There's no reason to wing anything. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who, during that time, the victim had been stripped of it. Okay, then. Enough. Was there anything else you wanted to know? Good.
I want to talk about you. You see, no, that's not going to help me. Fuck. I don't really have anything to go on in terms of, like, where this woman would be. I can only assume she's, like, in the facility, because that's their workplace. But as to where to actually find her, I've no fucking clue. Oh. Okay. Was that there before? Yeah, it doesn't really look like I have access to the place proper just by going up here. So, like, I probably need to go to, like, I probably need to go, oh, right, I already looked in there. Like, I probably need to go, to... oh my god, words. Like, I probably need to go to... through the gates. But, like, yeah, it's... I would have appreciated, like, a little bit more push from, like, Kim or something. Like, I guess she's probably in the facility, and it kind of indicates that I should be going through there, but... yeah. I don't know. Alright. This is the one part of the game I actually do know a little bit about, so... Hello.
Your body betrays your degeneracy.
That's an opening line.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
The young woman at the giant's side agrees.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Say nothing, size him up first. It's Measurehead. He's exactly what you would expect him to be. I feel like I haven't actually talked to anyone about this man yet, so like...
Are you admiring my morphophysiology?
A ripple of muscle passes underneath his skin. He lets you look.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger, because you are not a threat to me.
Aha. Do I have police business with him? Oh god, have I, like, missed conversations about this or some shit? Oh, fuck. Okay, whatever. I don't think I should continue down this line. I feel like I'm gonna get punched and I go down like a sack of shit. Oh, fuck, I didn't... Okay, sorry, hang on. I need to cut this short real quick. I didn't buy any of the health shit. Mr. Totally Not a Plant did mention that he's convinced this guy is a killer. That is true. I guess I did not expect the word degeneracy to leave his mouth. That's all. Yes, it was in here. Short on money, equip a plastic bag. Tell me where I can find a plastic bag then. Fuck.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Oh no, she's not the... Right, I forgot that you
A
interact with
colourful
other things.
display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer. The bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. It's like looking into a kind of heaven. Your knees are weak.
Say nothing, just take it in.
The beauty, the truth, the poetry of it all.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that.
She comments as you eye the goods behind her.
Don't ask. Don't look. Don't do anything here. Just go away. Get back to work.
Do you sell any under-the-counter vices? Give... Ooh, okay. Physique, one less morale. Oh, so it damages morale. Interesting. Oh, except smokes. Right. Whoa, smoking gives you intelligence? Cool. Potent Pilsner. Ugh. Wasn't there... No, it's here, isn't it?
A small cabinet
Yes.
on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Should I get another one? I've got like 7... I've got like around 8 real to work with. I need to save like... I want to save like the 40 for the next couple of days of rent, so... Probably just fine with that for now.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Oh, that's the tear machine.
Yes, but what is it?
It's a machine for...
How do I
You
pick up
need
the
a
tear?
bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them all out, so...
She shrugs awkwardly.
Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there. Somewhere.
Helpful. Fuck. Doesn't give you much direction in terms of that. Which kind of sucks, because I feel like that's like one of the key ways you actually get real in this game. It's just like passively picking that stuff up as you go through areas. But like, I don't have a plastic bag, so I can't fucking do it. Do you have anything more to say, racist lorry driver?
Looking for something?
Oh, yeah. That. Okay. Ready to get my shit wrecked. Or as ready as I'm ever gonna be. So, North, like, I think you're probably one of the few people in chat that's, like, knowledgeable about this game to some degree. Do I have to confront Measurehead to get to the rep for the company? Do you know that? Just lighting up a dozen lucky strikes before I start the day's writing. Yeah. It all stacks, right? Like, so long as I had to have the health hit points, it just stacks up infinitely, right? You can have infinite intelligence. That's how that works. Oh, by the way, I'll resave because why not? I'm pretty sure confronting Measurehead is only necessary if you don't find the other way to get to Everard. Oh, so wait, where's the company rep then? Also, I didn't think there was another way to actually get to Evrard from... It didn't seem like there was another path. Oh god, this is something I really don't want to, like, look up, because I feel like... And I guess, like, so long as I'm not, like, talking to people, I'm not, toward the northwest along the coast. Oh, okay. I guess I haven't looked hard enough, then. Oh, to be fair, I didn't actually look at the northwest part of the map, though, so... God damn it, Kim. Oh, sorry, it's me taking the slow turns, right. That makes sense. I want to go back to the body real quick. The check against the, refrigerated body seemed to disappear, and I'm worried that, like, time has passed enough that, like, something's up. Okay.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its belly.
Okay. We're past the mean. Please.
Your arms reach out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, slippery flesh, first with your fingertips, then under the palm of your hand.
What is this?
His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a spider, your hand crawls over his features. Everything is silent.
Crawl up his nostrils.
They are swollen shut. You need to really push to get in.
Push your fingers in his nose.
Only the little one fits. The flesh changes shape as you bore in, searching for something in the cartilage. The thing you're looking for, it's not there. Crawl out, spider.
Put your fingers in his mouth.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track.
Open your eyes and look.
A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your naked hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from the throat, and there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened.
0.4 centimeters.
An abrasion collar. This is what we're after.
Say fuck yeah. Say abrasion collar.
Abrasion collar.
The lieutenant looks in. There's a pen in his hand. His notebook is open at the copy paper. Touch it with your finger gently.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound.
Put your finger in.
Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem.
Brainstem?
Yes, that's what this part is called.
Feel about first.
The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. This man will never sleep again. Never wake.
Push deeper.
Your fingers slide into the remains of his limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres.
There's a cavity cut right between the hemispheres.
The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper.
Push deeper.
Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow.
Wriggle in.
Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly. Cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper until you feel it on the tip of your finger. Sharp, serrated material. The edges cut right into your skin.
I feel a solid object right under the skull.
Can you get to it?
He reaches his pockets for something. Inspect the skull first.
There's a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium, right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it, from the inside. The object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium.
Oof.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
The lieutenant leans closer. Let's go.
You push your hand further in. Whatever is in there keeps rolling between your fingers as you beckon it to come out.
Oh, fuck. That was the easy one. Fuck you. Fucking shit. I can't get it.
Out comes his small folding knife. The lieutenant moves its blade across the man's skull, searching for the exit wound.
Yeah, like so long as that dialogue wasn't suggesting that I completely lost it entirely, I was really hoping to just be like, okay, no, assistance now, because I can't get it. There, nod toward the protrusion.
Mm-hmm. Withdraw your hand 4 centimeters, please.
Pull your fingers back and nod.
With a crack, he punches the knife in the skull. Then, one more time, and one more, until the bone comes loose, like eggshell. Inside, you feel the jelly move from his poking.
The object is still under your finger. Also, I have acquired Jack Garland. Nice.
Can you push it out?
Now you too will kill Chaos Bush.
A small flower of metal blossoms from the man's head, followed by your finger.
A bullet. Unknown caliber. Rifled. You may remove your hand from the victim's head now, officer. Well done.
So... someone shot him in the mouth.
Here's your prize.
He drops a bullet in Nevin's bag and puts it in your hand. Your other hand. The one not covered in blood and cerebral cortex.
We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion color. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound?
Say nothing. Sounds about right.
Opinion, fatal injury.
Agreed.
And one last thing. We should amend injury number 3. Ligament mark. New opinion, non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
The ligament mark, the fractured hyoid bone, it was all treatment.
Yes, and the belt around his neck. The hanging, even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead.
What? Dead dubba doop doop?
Dead.
Oh, the flat fucking delivery of that. Or he shot himself. Yes. Well, I mean, someone shot him in the mouth. I guess that could have been him as well. I didn't imply that someone else necessarily killed him, but yeah, that's a very good point. Yes, thank you, Kim. Agreed.
I have had my doubts since you showed me the tracks. Why did they carry him over? Why not march him, I thought. There was no satisfying explanation. There have been other signs too. Small details. Everything is too neatly designed for us to assign probable cause here, as we did, full-heartedly. Well, no more.
We almost fell for it, he thinks. Almost. There is, of course, the very real possibility he was both shot and hanged.
That's probably a good thing to actually investigate. Maybe they just shot him while they hanged him?
To put him out of his misery? It's possible, but it doesn't explain all the other dubious things here. Lack of struggle, primarily. I may be intellectually sloppy, but I prefer one theory at a time. And this just smacks of treatment to me.
The game did draw attention to the fact that there weren't any like claw, or there weren't any like nail marks around the noose, which you would expect if the person was still alive. So maybe the bullet holds more answers.
Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
Who would do
That's
this?
for us to find out. But it will make finding them just a little easier.
Why would anyone do this?
To hide something. The real killer? The real motivation? What really happened here?
I think I need to wash myself.
Oh, you really, really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
Guess I'll go around smelling like a corpse until then. What happens next?
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema.
Yeah.
I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day.
You'll be gone? What should I do in the meantime?
Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
He looks you in the eye.
The word lingers in the air of the basement. Far away, ice cream makers are buzzing, and the sea wind blows outside. Detective.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks, and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get him to do that, because the game is just telling me he's going to be gone until tomorrow morning, so I can do this like much later in the day when I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna walk around now, and that'll probably be a better idea. Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn this into some kind of circus.
But I'm high off of finding the bullet, Kim. I need to make sure I get everything out of this body.
Okay, so you can sneak out of your room maybe, after he's gone to sleep.
Oh, God damn it. Oh, but that means that I have to... Oh, fuck. The body's gonna have to wait until, like... If I really want the boots, then I need to, Then I need to wait to process the body until afternoon in day 3. Ugh. Fuck, I don't even know if I'm on, like, a hard, time schedule here. Like, I imagine they'll probably introduce a ticking clock later, because obviously days progressing in that is probably going to be a thing. But whether or not that's important until a certain point, or if this is kind of a pathologic thing where, like, or a lighter version of pathologic where, like, things are just going to happen. Maybe you're not expected to get to, like, a specific bit of main progress, but, like, things will only be available after a certain day. People are only around at certain times on, like, maybe the initial days, and then things go, like... It's a bit unclear how that particularly works. So, I don't actually know if there's a problem with waiting for Kim to bag the body until tomorrow. Which kind of sucks. It'd be helpful if I actually had an answer to that, but...
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
I completely forgot about this.
Does it say anything interesting?
Lieutenant leans closer to read the crumpled note over your shoulder.
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active.
Read the note.
Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Suliswaf.
Suliswav. Remind me again, what's a filament memory?
It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer.
It's like the production schedule you found. Only this one's an off-site copy.
Do you have any idea where the frozen ice cream maker would be?
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box?
Yes, I did.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found. Beside his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad, like a tiny, shriveled head of cauliflower.
Feel the bullet through the bag.
The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag. You wouldn't ordinarily have cause to handle jacketed bullets. The citizens' militia uses cast bullets only. Little pebbles of metal loaded from the muzzle, usually in a cartridge.
What do I do with you, bullet?
What?
Lieutenant steps closer. I said, what do I do with you, bullet?
Well, if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say, find the weapon that shot me.
I don't know. Good idea.
If we find who owns it, we will have likely found who used it, possibly to kill our victim. In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
Inspect the bullet closer.
The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter.
Yep, which would explain the wound we found, and probably lines up with the swelling as well. Because it probably is, the wound is probably actually 5 millimeters, or was 5 millimeters wide and then swelled, as we saw when we inspected the body. Look at the jacket.
You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard.
And the core?
It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
What can you say about the bullet so far?
It's a jacketed bullet, close to 5 millimeters in diameter.
A jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader, like those typically found on the streets of Martinez.
Highly unusual. The people of Revachol haven't carried breech-loading weapons like this for nearly half a century.
Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it.
Something tells you that won't be anytime soon. This'll have to be one of those epic tasks that's open for a while.
Try to determine what type of weapons shot this. Aware of the name of the antique rifle you found, Encyclopedia said this came from a breech loader. Oh, yeah, okay, so other voices will start to influence or give you bonuses to extra checks. That's cool. I like that. Alright, let's go.
You can't remember what happened last week. What makes you think you're going to remember arcane firearm models?
But Encyclopedia, though! Ah, that sucks. The bullet has nothing more to say. Put it away. Okay. Thank you, video game. I think this is the one we're talking about, right? Near the breaker?
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Try to crack open the lid.
You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come in handy here. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand, detective.
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab in your inventory. From there, You can equip it to a held slot.
Alright. Tools, pry bar. Try again.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Minus 20. Holy fuck. I guess we need to find a better pry bar. Turn the ice cream crank.
Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur.
Wow, thanks, Inland Empire. I really needed that. Fuck. Way to bring down the mood suddenly. Hey, what the fuck, Inland Empire? You're usually so positive, right? But I find Inland Empire really interesting because it's like a, it's not gut feeling, but it's like a... Oh god, I keep using the word intuitive, but it's like this, like, intuitive connector. Actually, I don't have the words to describe this. I need to think on that a bit more. Now, what I can do is probably turn off the freezer, right?
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Unplug the black cable.
Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
It's black. Harry? Inland Empire feels very close to the mythic reasoning I got deep into at the tail of last year. Yeah, that probably matches up the most. Like, the thing I kept wanting to think about when I thought of that is, like, Innsmouth. Not because it's, like, an eldritch sense, but it's, like, in line with the trajectory of that sort of thought, if that makes sense. As I understand it, I actually started watching Wooly's playthrough, or Wooly and oh my god, that's really embarrassing. Why the fuck can't I remember his name? Oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with me? I watch their stream all the fucking time. Why is his name just fucking escaped me? Oh my god, I hate this. Wooly made a comment about, like, Inland Empire being a, David Lynch movie? Reggie. Oh my god. Sorry. That is inexplicable. Like, I watch, like, Wooly's stream a lot. So, like, I watched him and Reggie play through so many fucking games. Like, especially in retrospect after I've, like, played them myself, for example. And I really like their dynamic in some cases. For some fucking reason, like, Reggie's name just, like, fucking just leapt out of my head. I couldn't fucking recall it. Yeah, it's a David Lynch movie in a region, metropolitan area in Southern California. Oh, interesting. But yeah, like, so there's, like, that kind of informs it. And I mean, fuck, we can go back to the description of it. Inland Empire. Unfiltered wellspring of imagination, emotion, and foreboding. Yeah, so it's very much the, like... Yeah, imagination, essentially. And... Or is probably, like, the best, like, simple way to put it. And I guess, like... Your imagination isn't necessarily positive. Sometimes it leaps to, like, really depressing thoughts, like... that one just then. Because it's black, the color of immeasurable cosmos. I don't know why I unplugged it. I do things without any reason. Wow, these all suck. This one's mysterious. Why isn't there just a thing to say I want to unplug the fucking thing? First off, yikes. Second of all, what? I mean, that's probably on par for Harry, but... because it's black, the color of immeasurable cosmos.
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has one cable missing.
Alright, let's try again then. Hopefully the ice is, like, fucked off.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Oh! Okay. Fuck. I guess that ain't happening anytime soon. Jesus. Okay. Let's head around here. I feel like I haven't looked through the west area of this place still yet. Oh my god, are they playing bocce? Shit ain't nothing to me.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
The other one is eating a big sandwich.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
Better observe them first.
See? Your munching and complaining have ruined my concentration.
The man throws a metal ball towards a smaller wooden ball in the sand, missing it by a meter. Okay, yeah, this is basically bocce.
Ah, mon Dieu. The pain in my back is unbearable. I can't even say if it's in my back or hip anymore. Feels like it's in both.
He tries to measure the throw.
I hope you pass out from it, you goddamn jellyfish. Men like you are the reason this nation is sinking.
Standing tall and proud, he looks at his partner with disgust. Yikes.
Trying to throw something as close to a predetermined point as possible. Measuring. This must be the age-old game of petanque.
Wait, am I thinking of the right game? Bocce? I'm pretty sure that's an Italian game. It's similar to lawn bowls, except, like, you throw the balls. They're not meant to be, like, rolled across the ground. Pretty sure I'm right about that. Anyway. A moment of your time, fellows.
You're such a wuss.
Fuck you.
Sure, officer. I am René. René Arnoux.
Oh, no!
And my specially abled partner here is Gaston Martin. How can we help you?
Oh, I don't actually get to do it if I... Fuck. Okay, hold on. Wait. Wow, that's really helpful, video game. Priorities. Yes. I want to join in on bocce, damn it. That was less than 10 minutes ago. Okay, that's fine. I can redo whatever's there. I don't think I did any checks. I think I farted around, like, with the... I might have... Wash off the death smell. You reek of death. There's a bathtub in your room. A good place to visit once you can have some privacy. Advanced analysis using HE. Oh, hand-eye coordination. Right. So I haven't done that yet.
The note is written with a blue pencil.
Okay, yep. Did that.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp.
Oh, okay, I've just got to make the check. Okay, so I did both of those. Okay, cool. This is probably before I...
2 cables are plugged. Something...
Black
Why
one.
did you do that?
This is Cosmos. Leave.
This orange machine is dead. You slip your... If you want to try...
Equip the pry bar.
Yep. just make sure that we at least acknowledge that so I can get the check to come back to
This
later.
orange machine is dead still. Turning the... It's all gone now.
Yep. Cool. Alright, I think we're back to where we were. It's amazing how little progress I make when I'm, like, talking a lot. Funny that. Alright. Alright, let's do this again. Hello, friends.
Have you no shit? Honey, I'm trying to... See? I hope...
Trying to throw something as close to a predetermined point as possible. Measuring. This must be the age-old game of petanque.
Wait. Hang on. Wasn't this check higher before? Oh, maybe... Oh. Hold on. Okay, wait. I'm super curious now. Do you have a higher chance of doing that if you don't observe what they're doing? That... That's actually kind of funny, but, like, I guess it makes sense to some degree. Like, if you, yeah, wash off the death smell. If you don't, oh, words. Like, if you understand the objective of a game, like, obviously that helps you play the game.
Something. Why did you do that? The lieutenant.
Obviously that helps you play the game, but it can often throw you off when you know that's what you're meant to do. Like, if you
this
just...
orange machine is dead still. Yep. It has. Turning the credit. It's all gone now. You'll
you know
never
what?
become a poet. Or an entrepreneur.
I should be able to do this again if I have the right pry bar. Let's just go.
The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. Yep. You think you've got the bar jammed in there pretty well, but the lid simply won't budge.
What is this?
You see the pry bar's metal handle bending right before your very eyes.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen shut. It takes an advanced tool to get it open.
Advanced? Where do we get one?
I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to requisition a special tool.
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough. Then we will know what's in this mysterious ice cream maker.
Like, is that check easier to make if I interrupt them? Because I really want to see what the positives are for that. Because I swear when I initially checked it, before I let them kind of continue, that, it was easier.
Have you not? René, I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
Okay, I like that rationalization. Just doing it out of, like, thing. Fuck it.
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter. You'll make it work.
What are you doing? Feel the ball.
The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it. Probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight. The nervous system calibrating until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready.
The man ball.
A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball.
There is time for a last glance inward. Who am I?
An embodiment of pure motion. A fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency. Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
The inertia can be contained no more than a bullet leaving a gun. Let go. Be the bullet. Okay.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
Oh. I understand. The check was easier because he wasn't playing the game. He was just gonna throw the fucking ball. Fuck. That's great. Merde.
A whorehouse of shit. It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters. Probably 24, and then some. Nothing to be embarrassed about.
That is so cool. I love that so much. Like, it doesn't tell you... Like, it doesn't tell you why it's easier explicitly. It just says act without hesitation. And the reason there's a negative to finding out what the game is because the game is harder to do than just throwing the fucking ball like a shot put. Oh, that's great. Locked out of my 14 account for some reason? Oh, Jesus. I hope you get it back. Like, as in you can't get emails for it, or is it just like password locked or something?
What the hell is your problem?
Not a weak right triceps, that's for sure.
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
Yeah, this is kind of why I didn't want to do it, because, like, interrupting the game feels, like, super rude, but, oh, fuck. Won't let me log in, there's some kind of lock on it. Oh, that's weird. Like, the game is telling you that your account's been locked or something? That is kind of strange. Oh, God, I gotta remember to shave tonight. Wait, what? I'm sensing anger. I don't understand why. I'm sorry.
You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 bull.
Oh, pétanque. I understand.
No, you don't. Our pétanque game is ruined. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
The Jolly One tries to defuse the situation.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You are as a goddamn bull.
Okay, I'll try to fix this.
Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now, why did you approach us?
Yes. Why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder.
This is gonna cost me Real. Okay, look, I really don't want to save scum stuff like this. But that felt bad, and I was more curious what would happen than anything else. I'm gonna try and actually play the game. Own your actions, boy. I have been the entire game so far. I fucked up with the radio interview, if I remember correctly. There's several places I fucked up, and I'm just like, okay, done. I already went back to check what the fuck was up with the check, because I was really confused, so... No, I meant your actions. If you save scum, then you save scum. Well, yeah, but I'm not excusing the save scumming. I'm saying I'm not going to make a habit of this. It's not good to say that you do not want to do something and then do it. I mean, fair, but again, like...
The lieutenant.
Sorry, to be clear, the reason I led with that is that I don't like doing it broadly, I should have said. Because I have avoided it.
This orange machine is dead still. The ice, you see.
Yeah, well, I have no idea.
Sooner or later, turning this all gone.
Cool. I know. But you actually made me rethink. You actually made me rethink what I thought, because I'm like, wait, did I actually say something wrong there? Which is probably a good thing, but... Alright. No, talk to... Jesus.
Have you no shame? I'm trying to. See? I hope you...
Trying to throw something as close to a predetermined point as possible. Measuring. This must be the age-old game of petanque.
A petanque. Sorry, I thought like the QUE might have been like a lot softer there when I first pronounced that. Oh, God. I'm actually really sorry. Like, I know I said I was like, I don't want to do that often. I'm actually glad I did it here, because now I know a cute thing this game is actually doing with its checks. And that is very cool. It's like, if you notice something like that, like a discrepancy change, or like negative knowledge for something that should be positive, you'd have to think like, wait, what was I going to do in the other case? Fuck, that's actually really fascinating. Anyway, let's try it. Fuck. I just play badly, I guess. Shut up!
This felt wrong. Wrong like touching your sister's breast. You threw your sister's breast.
Mon Dieu! Good job, officer. That was an excellent throw.
Yeah, that... Hold on, why did it feel so wrong?
Your muscle memory knew what to do and went for it. But there were gaps.
Something about it was completely unnatural, corrupted.
It felt like you were going for a thrust or a lunge. There was definitely gonna be jumping. Maybe you scored a point, but this is a fiasco.
Throw is terrible and you know it, no need to mock me. I thought something way more spectacular would happen.
What are you talking about? You just executed a pretty much perfect pétanque throw.
His tone is full of admiration.
How are you ever going to get the officer's shit off your nose, Gaston? Or even climb out of his ass?
He shakes his head in extreme disdain. Well, I still feel defeated. That's just how Johnny Ballgame is. Extraordinary. I was going for something cool, but I screwed it up, like always.
The man in the uniform says nothing. His gaze is fixed on the horizon. His merry partner is staring at the ground, like he's trying to see right through to the other side. The lieutenant is looking at you. His face is expressionless. Everything has gone very quiet. It seems as even the waves have ceased their crashing against the promenade. It feels heavy.
Did I get another sorry cop? Yeah, I did, I think. Renee, I found your guard booth. Oh. Do you know anything about the man hanged in the back of the Worlding Inn? You seem to be playing in a crater. I saw the statue of Philippe III near the roundabout. Found your guard booth.
The Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
He adds with a slight sigh.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
You must have seen something on the night of the murder. Your booth looks right over the yard.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
Why are you on leave?
It's a private matter. Nothing to do with your investigation.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man would rather die than admit he needs medical assistance or, God forbid, sick it. A real man's man is just gonna ride it out.
Unfortunately, yes, is a very man's man way of looking at that.
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business. It's nothing. Just got to cut back on coffee.
So, who was working your shift that night?
No one. The boss has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
Huh.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
He nods before hesitantly continuing.
Look, officer. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
Mostly
the
decorative?
possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
This isn't inaccurate. A lot of, like, security measures and that often work more by their presence than actually doing the thing you'd expect them to do. Because the implication that they are doing the thing they're expected to do is often enough to deter people.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabinier's pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Oh boy. Everett gets it. Big guys looking after the small and everyone working together. I love it. Such dependency only weakens a man further. Do or die. There is no middle ground. René is but one man. We need a program. Get all the elderly back in the job market. Keep folks motivated. Yikes. René should rent out his services. Invest the profit. Get more guys. Expand and repeat. Wage work is a dead end. No and no. Big guys looking after the small and everyone working together. See, the only thing that makes me hesitant about this is the implication of the big guys looking after the small. Because, like, I agree with that in concept, but the implication here is that there is a bigger guy, in which, and... I mean, even in, like, a co-op situation, you'd probably still have a person who's, like, responsible for overseeing things. Like, it's not, like, it wouldn't necessarily be 100% flat, in terms of a person maybe responsible for liaising and overseeing what big decisions need to be made, for example. But given that all of these are very polarizing, I have to wonder whether or not this is leaning into the capitalist thing, but then again, this is actually kind of torn. Big guys looking after the small and everyone working together. I love it, because I have to wonder whether that might be, like, actually, hold on, because, like, we're basically looking at a difference between these, and, like, it's pretty obvious which one this is. I feel like the ultra-liberal one is probably the... I'm actually kind of torn. Like, this is probably the fascist one. This is probably the... Oh, no, this is probably the ultra-liberal. Keep folks motivated. That feels like that. So then there's the moralist and the communist one. Which are the two preferable ones out of those four, obviously, but, like, I'm less doing this because I want to always choose the communist one, for example. I'm more doing this to try and unpack how the game is presenting them. Trying to make sure, like, I understand what it's saying, because in a situation like this, I actually don't know which of these it's probably going for. Like, but then again, wage work is a dead end. Because, like, this seems, like, oddly, like, okay with the status quo, Whereas this one implies an undermining of that, but at the same time, like, yeah, I'm A decorated kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. Everard seems to be it's really strange too, because Everard feels like the kind of like mob boss or like capitalist stand-in that you'd see, like, in terms of his character design and even the way he talks in a lot of ways. I mean, fuck, Manana basically just calls him corrupt outright, but he's corrupt for us. If I remember that line correctly. But, like, the things the impact he has is good. So I don't know if the game is, like, expecting me to recoil from the aesthetic he gives off. Or is expecting me to look past that to the actions and potentially miss something bad about him, if that makes sense. God. I'm fussing over this. Okay. I actually don't understand, like, the actual broader implication of this, so I think I might just go with this for now.
Can we conclude the topic of my guard boost now?
Okay, I'm really curious. Oh, no, yeah, no, yeah, I guess siding with the Union, of course, that'd probably add up to that. There's a grimace of pain on the old soldier's face. Looks like he wants to argue, but can't find words. Finally, his lips move. I saw a picture of a girl in there.
She is nobody. This is none of your concern, and I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCM.
Yeah.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Wow, Gaston, you're... Okay.
Yes. Like I said, I would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
Fair. Do you know anything about the man hanged in the backyard of the Whirling in Rags?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement, but this affair has passed me by completely.
And most of the locals?
In Martinez, the Union is the law, so can you really blame them?
But you don't have a problem with cops.
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
Shut up. Oh, God. What about police women? So again, you don't know anything.
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
'Tis true, sire. He knows nothing. This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future.
Inland Empire, why you gotta be like this? You seem to be playing in a crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Do you know what created it?
I do. Fire from heavy artillery.
Okay, it's a crater left by artillery fire, but why?
Why what?
Why was heavy artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Wait, who are the communards again?
Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality.
The Carabiner. Is that meant to be like Caribbean? Frowns. Did you use artillery fire against them?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
He adds, squeezing a bull in his fist.
Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Why shell them here in Martinez? They should have chosen a place away from the people and buildings.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first.
The beachhead?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
He points to the northeast. Nod thoughtfully and turn to look northeast.
This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Hold on, the Coalition?
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil.
Is that why everything is so bombed out? Ah, that explains all the war damage. Actually, I already know all this.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
There is a strange gleam in his eyes.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the Coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
That's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard-working class to take over. Foreign powers cleaned up our mess and now they rule us. Shake your head in shame. The Coalition seems quite capable, actually. Commies just don't understand how money works. Nothing. I don't think. I just do. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard-working class to take over. These are probably the 2 ones, because... obviously, like, the Coalition's kind of... hasn't really been shown to have taken care of this very well, but... we're already really deep into the communist... speaking the communist answers, so, like... that's how it should be.
Preposterous! Surely you don't mean it. I'm just sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those commie hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking my piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
I don't think that's true. How does Felipe III factor into this?
It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. Ain't got nothing to do with anything.
Oh, who is the Frisel?
Damn Frisel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
You mentioned Guillaume?
A true king in both blood and mind, led Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
What exactly is suzerain?
The suzerain is the king!
Suzerain.
Has everyone forgotten already? They forgotten already.
He then slowly nods and says to himself,
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
What is it about the old soldier that makes him stand so proud?
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
Alright, thank you for your time. Come back to this. You are the angriest man I know, Renee. Yeah. Certainly is. Well, to some degree. Enormous balls worthy of a real man. Huh? Maybe a sea monster did this in the plaza? Damage looks like it could have been caused by an earthquake. And yet even Renee has more to him than it appears. Yeah. Because people don't end up in thinking those things for, like, the surface level reasons, often. That's like the rationale often, but it can be far more complicated. Which, again, I appreciate. Like, it seems like the game is, like, there's a... The way that a game incentivizes you to think about things can be, like, morphed by what it sets as your goals. So, like, if you didn't have the checks for that kind of stuff and it just told you, it wouldn't feel important. But the fact that you, like, use checks to pry into people's, like, minds, try and get inside their heads and understand them, like, the fact that that's guarded by checks makes it feel more important when those things actually happen. You start to pay attention more to them and really think about what's happening as a result of them. It's a really nice... And, like, obviously, there are arbitrary checks throughout the game, and depending on the way that you structure, like, what is checked and what isn't, like, you wouldn't... Like, having checks that guard those things doesn't necessarily mean that that's the thing the game wants you to focus on. But I think the way this game is hiding all of that stuff behind checks makes you really pay attention to what it starts saying as a result of you passing that. Because it's shared as a reward, but it's actually more the game's point, right? He's actually doing this, actually understanding why people think the way they do. I do love that he is literally out there playing with his balls. This is true. There is comedy in that. And I turned around and saw the first ball-shaped object and went, yep. Those two to man. To roundabout north. Cape Side Apartments, Martinez Pier. The ad reads broken window. Tibbs has windows.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
But yeah, joking aside, the depth and genuine love Disco Elysium's writing shows for damn near every character is so good. You pretty much said all my same thoughts on that. Yeah, and it really shows, like, and, like, this is the kind of game design and narrative design that I'm here for, is understanding, like, when you're in a game that acts like a like a tabletop RPG with like the stats in that, what do people like to do? They usually like to make checks and succeed at those things. They like things paying off for investing in specific abilities. And from that, you can start to work backwards of, okay, so they'll see those things as a reward, think those things are important. So whatever we put behind them are the things that the player will pay attention to and want more of. So making those things the focus of a lot of its... Or making those things... Fuck, I'm like grasping at smoke right now for like the right phrasing for this thing I'm talking about. But it's basically the idea that you can get people who would not have been thinking too much about these characters or their logic or the logic behind them. You can direct them to focus more on it. Yeah, which is pretty much repeating what I said. Fuck. That's not the thing I was trying to say, but yeah. Maybe the words will come to me later. Poor little viewer, pat it.
The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
Vandalism, shake your head.
Probably some kids.
Lieutenant inspects the rigid slot. Look inside.
A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk, written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards.
Ah. Kuno.
That's Kuno on the lens.
Shift your focus to the background.
Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast, studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts. Lanky, weather-worn wooden planks. An X-shaped cross topping its tower. You know this to be the star of Pericarnassus, or the Cairo. The central symbol of the Pericarnassian church. A star. A great moral height, to be strived to. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. Around the large wooden building you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice.
If you had a bag in your hand, perhaps you could collect these bottles and sell them. Then tell me where to find a fucking plastic bag! Fuck! Please!
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
I mean, I know why. What's a tourist attraction doing here?
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick.
Yep. That's about right. What
They
happens?
got as far as the street lamps and that statue on the intersection before something went sour. I suspect it was Evrard Claire's doing. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here.
Cool, I dig organized crime is the best. Can't we do something about it? Say nothing.
The lieutenant adjusts his collar. It's frisky outside.
Leave. And I'm off. Should probably keep hitting tab every now and then just to make sure. A lonely cormorant surveys the sea, indifferent to your approach. The fuck?
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
What? Okay.
You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinez. Weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
The wall. Why am I looking at this wall? Oh. Hey. Magnesium, nice. Oh, there's someone up there. Garden hose, this won't be used until this. Let's get out of here, Kuno.
There must be another way into the building.
Thank you for that echo, Kim. You can keep trying that one. What do you mean?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
It's still locked, but yeah. I mean, it is impossible, so, like, to even begin to start to make headway on that, I feel like you need to... Oh, this is here. Oh. Orange bum hat. Reaction speed, rhetoric. Or a reaction, or an effect on those things.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head.
Press your ear against the door.
The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear any movement. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp.
Carefully knock.
You knock silently. The upholstery muffles the sound. No response comes from the apartment.
I guess no one is in?
That's a very good question, Harry. Lieutenant, what is your opinion of this task we're undertaking?
Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for, but every day tells you something new about yourself.
The lieutenant replies, still inspecting the padded door.
Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about.
So you don't mind if I unlock the door?
I mind that the local thug is using the RCM for his busy work. But if this gets us to the bottom of this hanging, then I'm willing to look over it. On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Evrart we opened the door. No one seems to be tailing us to see if we actually did it.
True. Lie to Evrart. That's also an option?
Yes. Presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and there. You took this task. You make the call.
The door is right here. You can just open it and be done with this. Besides, if you never open it, you're never gonna find out what's behind the door.
I knew you'd chime in. I'm willing to check how hard it would be to lie to Evrart. That sounds like a good idea. Can I talk to this person from here?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
He says in a quiet voice. Despite the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned on his frame.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
No trouble for me, just want to know what's going on here.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Actually, the gendarmerie, really needs to talk to you.
Is it really that important?
He asks you, adjusting his shirt.
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Looks like you got a good view of the Whirling's backyard. Can you tell me anything about the hanging?
I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinet's standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Oh, shit. Is that... Ooh. So that could have been me before I lost my memory. Or it could have been someone else. But he's directly addressing me. Did I?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
The lieutenant takes out his little blue notebook and writes something down.
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He looks around the courtyard again. Snow blankets the old patio chairs and dead houseplants, and all the neighboring windows are black.
A downy blanket of white to cover up the miserable poverty of the scene.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend?
It was my Sunday friend.
Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking beer.
What's your friend's real name? Did he see something?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the grey sky, snow continues to pile on the neighboring windowsills.
I'm gonna leave it at that. Alright, we'll talk later.
No. We won't.
He takes one last drag of his cigarette before stubbing it out on the snowy balcony with a dying hiss.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Fuck it, let's give it a shot.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains?
Hey, listen. I'm just trying to make things okay again. Can we meet again somewhere else?
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes. Compassion and a hint of understanding.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
His voice is soft and delicate. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the cigarette butt sailing over the rail.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
He walks away. Oof. Kind of jittered a second when he was walking away.
He's gone.
Fucking... Why is that my only response? The lieutenant puts away his notebook and turns to you. We should run after him, see where he went.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
So we just give up?
He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case.
Well, I know two muscular people, and,
He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there.
The lieutenant nods towards a small rock on a soggy patch of grass.
If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
Great, let's do that. I just realized there's a penis drawn on the door. Chairs and tables eaten by rain and rot. Yeah, that's right there. I think this is a good time for penis door. God. Conceptualization. Stare at the penis. Yeah, I think I'm gonna give it another break. Because I really need to go to the bathroom for one. What time is it? Almost 3 o'clock. Probably go for like another hour and a half, I think. I'm really enjoying this and I get engrossed in it too much, but at the same time, like, I really do want to experience as much of this game on the weekends as I can, so... Jump into the whirling just to give some ambience, while I'm away. Oh no, they're still there. Okay. Well, I will be back in a few minutes. There's no music in here for some reason now. It's weird. I know there's music out here, or at least there was. I hope the music didn't just leave me. Okay, there we go. Alright, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I just realized I didn't have Moobot in the fucking stream. So that was very smart of me. Hold your applause, please. Thank you, North. Alright. Enough of that. Right. We were still looking in the northwest for, a rep for... What's it called? Company... White Pine, was it? It was White Pea something. Oh, actually, hold on. Do I want to go through that apartment building now? I should probably at least, like, try to establish where this woman is, because, like, it's kind of important for the investigation. The belly of this boat shines like it was recently painted. Rue de Saint Ghislaine. Roundabout north. Cape Side Apartments.
Hey! Up here, Piggo!
Oh, here we go. Inside the frame of motorcycle repair.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The girl stares at the sailboat by the pier.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
You just want to know your name, little lady. No need to get defensive. Don't use that one with me. I am the law. Let's start with your blood type and go from there. Hep. Yeah, when were you last tested? Just answer some questions, okay?
Ask away, pigman. But I don't promise to answer.
Despite the sash, she puts the brush aside. You keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at? What are you doing to the wall? Do you know anything about the recent murder?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms.
Oh, that's not what... Yeah. She nods disdainfully toward the woman performing maintenance on the boat dock next to the pier.
Hatred? Disgust? It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershot. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Who is she?
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing.
Uh-huh.
You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Huh. Okay. I didn't think the game was going to be as forward with that as it is.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to Ozon.
Do you know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
She wrinkles her nose.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
So you won't talk about the murder, but maybe you can tell us something about the murder victim's missing armor?
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells?
Isn't armor art? Art for the, body? Go on, Cindy, just help me out here.
Ugh, alright. Sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear. Looked cute as hell. If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time!
She waves her hand in a general westward direction. And there's a little girl wearing the gloves there.
No. That's all the snitching Cindy the Skull does for today. Actually, I don't even know why I told you what I just told you. I have a weakness for animals. It's the animal thing again. Damn it.
She looks at you, a little sad suddenly.
Or a weakness for police officers, miss. Thank you either way.
He makes a note in his notebook. What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
She studies the wall, suddenly pensive. So you don't know what to write? Why are you so committed to defacing the building? I have an opinion on this. Want to hear it? I was going to accuse her of being tsundere, and then Kim did it for me. Yeah.
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home, and Mona was here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cabs. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
Why are you so committed to defacing the building?
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
I have an opinion on this. Want to hear it?
Yeah?
I love public art. Don't mind us. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm gonna have to stop you. This is hooliganism. Actually, I don't have an opinion. I lied. I love public art.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
She means the opposite.
Thank you, Rhetoric.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Catch you later, Cindy.
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
I am very aware of that, unfortunately. Thank you, video game. Looks like there was more construction here once, decades ago. Oh, actually, fuck, I forgot to look in there. Shit. Oh no, I'm locked into looking at the thing. Docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A. Open up. Signal blue naval coat. Okay. I'll take that. Alright, I'm gonna save before this one because, yeah. Negotiator woman? Oh boy.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good morning, officers. I'm Joyce.
She extended her hand in greeting.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
She steps closer and holds out her hand over the railing. What gave us away?
Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
What is implied here? That you're a drunk?
Once you've gotten through Joyce, you will officially have gotten as far as the obviously critical conversations as I've ever been in this game. Oh, interesting.
She hasn't actually said it to every drunk in town. It was spoken in jest.
I'm not a drunk, I'm a police officer.
Of course you're not. It was only a joke.
Joyce L. What does the L stand for?
Leighton, my maiden name.
Her bony hand dangles from the sleeve of her oversized raincoat. Shake her hand.
I'm glad to see you here.
Her grip is tight and cold. She seems relieved.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will. Gladly.
Oh, yes, I remember that. Yeah. Right. Yeah, once Lila started playing this, I was like, okay, I should probably get around to playing this a lot. And then, like, it became very clear that I was getting to the breaking point of, it's fun, it's hard for me to continue avoiding spoilers for this. Fuck. It's hard for me to continue avoiding spoilers for this, so it kind of spurred me on to play.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
You're on a boat. Your streams might end up being how I experienced the rest of Disco Elysium, honestly. It's kind of a shame, because honestly, like, I'd imagine playing through it, playing with your own character is kind of a thing, or is, like, a unique experience, especially given how, like, the whole stat system works, but... Oh, I'm glad you can experience it at the very least. Yeah, you're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
She looks at the deck under her feet. Green and white sails flutter overhead. Not a lot of people on boats, are there? Does she have a name? Do you have a license for the boat? I think I can handle... think I have a handle on the boat thing. Not a lot of people on boats, are there?
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
Wait, we're on an archipelago? Look around.
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Caillou? I thought we were in Revachol. So I haven't seen anyone else sail a boat around here.
We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou.
Ah. Oh, understood. About this boat of yours.
She nods attentively.
I think I have a handle on the boat thing.
Good.
She takes a sip of her thermal cup. Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do? What can you tell me about this strike? What can you tell me about this lynching? Do you know something about these photos? You seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality we're in. This seems off-putting.
This reality?
She pulls her hood closer around her neck.
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case.
I am conducting a personal investigation into the world I find myself in. God, that's like the player directly talking to this character. That's kind of funny. I got so drunk I forgot literally everything. No time to explain, just give me the lowdown. Actually, now is not a good time for a reality lowdown. Maybe later. I'm conducting a personal investigation into the world I find myself in.
How truly curious. A sort of philosopher-detective.
My theory is that this inquiry into the nature of reality will ultimately converge with our murder investigation. They are really one and the same. Actually, that's not why I need you to give me the lowdown. Yeah, fuck it.
Are they now?
Lieutenant cocks one eyebrow.
A deep synthesis. I'll assist you however I can, then. Go ahead. Ask.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
It's like, okay, player. Let's at least establish some things before we go down the white checks. Alright? Where are we?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby?
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
I'm a disco holdover myself.
Aren't we all?
She smiles.
She refers to your corresponding ages.
And what is Martinez?
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock.
She looks around, her green raincoat flapping in the wind.
You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Tell me more about Martinez.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
You mentioned a sea. What sea is this?
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
Are we near the ocean?
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the blue immensities. Vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
What's the name of this island?
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her, and to humanity at large.
Okay, that's Martinez. What about Revachol?
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
What kind of city is Revachol?
The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory. Beyond patriotism. A fact.
What makes Revachol great?
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Okay. Who built this city?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed.
When was Revachol built?
In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
And why will it resolve history?
They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
Why here?
We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
So we're in an unimportant part of an important place. So we're pretty much at the center of the world. So we're on the periphery, basically nobodies. We're standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of 200... Okay, yeah. In Insulandic Ocean. It's where the money is. So we're in an unimportant part of an important place.
I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about...
She points across the water where the skyscrapers rise.
A sparkle of lights on the horizon, like morning stars above the curvature of the planets.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Look to the sea.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
Where are we? I don't know any of this. Say nothing. Observe the large body of water swelling. Cold.
She observes your eyes scanning the horizon, then breaks the silence, slowly. This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask. about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Ma'am, Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Won't it be lazy if I don't do it all now? But I want to know everything now. No, I'll follow his lead. You're right, Lieutenant. I'll continue later.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
It's true. I say... okay, that's actually kind of ironic. I walked... on my break, I pulled out, like, 4 dark chocolate Maltesers to have, like, with the rest of my grapes. Like, to kind of... just because I'm fucking hungry. And I ate one of them, and as I walked down here, I just looked at them and went, no, I should probably finish these before the grapes, otherwise they'll, like, melt, because it is quite warm in here. So I just ate them all.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
Ooh. That's all for now.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else I can do?
Jamais vu. Derealization. Revachol Special Administrative Region. Lakayu, the Insulindian Ocean Coalition Government, Insulindian Mission Command. Name after name, and none of them is familiar. They seem real, but something is wrong. I feel like a kid looking at stickers on the fridge. Truvant, the Apricot Company, World Games 34. You can almost see your hand reaching out for them. Scratch at the corners, see if they peel loose. This feels like the most important of all thoughts. The one you truly must complete. Wait, why are there... Oh, do I start getting more and more points as I go through the game? That would be neat. Oh, no, I've got 2 saved up. Right. Oh, because I didn't put one before. You know what? I'm gonna unlock 1. And... yeah. Internalize this. Like it says, it seems like it's kind of important. Three hours, 25 minutes. I still have another point to use, but yeah, we'll do that later. The smoker on the balcony, find the armored gloves, open the apartment door for Everett. Alright, what can you tell me about this strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Wait, what if I want to hear about trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade and Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
An octopus? I will slay it. How do I repeal it then? I wouldn't want to disturb an octopus. Better let it be.
Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
Right.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike?
Yes. What is your role in this precisely?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Oh, you mean Measurehead.
Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead.
She leans back and rolls her eyes. How were the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site.
like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
He looks at his notes.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
What happened to this Gaumont? What are their demands? The scabs at the gate. Did you put them there? What do you think of Evrat? That's all I need here. Let's change the topic.
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it?
She pauses to compose herself.
Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Not cool.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
Yep. What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
I like it. I don't know what to think about that. Over-aggressive commie posturing. Seems like they have no idea about business. Forget it, I wanted to ask something else about the strike. Probably put her off kilter to say I like it, right? Like, if she slowly realized she was talking to to the what was it? The big communism builder? What the fuck title did my necktie give me? I forget. I like
And
it.
you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Personally, I don't think it has the same pizzazzo as every worker a member of the board.
Personally, it doesn't have the same percent. Oh, yeah, that is very true. Last communist, the big communist builder, that was it. Sorry, it wasn't my necktie, it was fucking, was it Suggestion? Oh god, I forget who it was there. Big communism builder. Oh, yeah. What's the
It's
demand?
quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what? About anything, really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
That's pretty funny, I have to admit. The workers can't be kings, the king is king. The king is dead, long live the workers. What are you going to do? The way that there's a proceed here makes me think that I can go through all of these, but king is dead, long live the
That
workers.
may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start.
Okay, I could only pick one of those. I also got an achievement. I also got an achievement that's biggest communism builder. Good. What are you going to do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
I wonder if someone's playing both sides. Because totally not a plant is very obvious, right? And I can easily see Evrat playing hardball with this negotiating tactic until he gets someone who concedes to something almost that and then goes for that. But the hardline stance makes me think that maybe it's... reminds me of the same way that the right to work is being employed. And I don't know if that's good rhetoric or an indication that someone is just putting the idea in their heads, if that makes sense. Like, for someone basically to make negotiations shaky, and then someone else comes in and kind of, like, gets their own advantages from it.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
The lieutenant looks up from his notes.
I first heard it from the boyar at the gates, the one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Mm-hmm. The scabs at the gate, did you put them there?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
I do not like the implication of that. What do you think of Everard?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick him with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Shut up, hand-eye coordination. You sound like you're about to take a rapier to him. Oh, that's Everard, alright. It's not that bad. Everard is a hero of the workers' movement. Yeah, I feel like this is probably... You sound like you're about to take a rapier to him.
Oh, heavens no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin.
Okay, yikes. That's Everard, alright. He's not that bad. Oh, fuck. This is the... we're coming back to this fucking being torn on Everard again. God damn it. I don't know how to feel, really. I mean, he is slimy, but, like... I don't know. Again, I feel like I need to also account for the fact that I'm trying to put this woman off kilter. And I don't know if that's going to come in the form of specific checks, or if saying things as we go along is going to put her in the thing, but... Yeah, it's not that bad.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Wait, there are two of him?
Yes. Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
Okay. Then that's a bit different then. So Everard is scummy union boss. He's just doing the things he probably should be advocating for while doing so. Oh god, I spent all my automatic copy editing points on my story threads earlier. What about the Union itself outside the Brothers Clare?
The Debardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The Brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
She hesitates, looking for the right expression.
A mob. The Debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
So I don't know the answer because I've never got that far, but now that you have that bit about Edgar, I'll voice my personal guess. Okay.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother.
She turns to you.
And your opinion, detective? If I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
An effective advocate for the rights of local working men, a giant leech sucking the life out of Revachol. Basically a socialist mob. Prefer not to have an opinion on these things. I mean, it can be both of these things, which is kind of the problem. I think Everard is deliberately trying to inflame the situation because he believes the blow-up will somehow benefit him and his brother, or maybe just himself. And their little shtick means they've had the leeway to set up some kind of safety net or out. Yeah. Because without a third party being introduced to this, that would have been my immediate guess. That, Everard... Oh, yeah, right. I guess, like, the implication that Everard is, like, embezzling money for him and his brother, and they're doing it through, like, legitimate... sorry. They're doing it through means that are legitimately advocating for workers' rights, but, like, skimming a bunch off the top. It would follow that... making this situation worse for them to, like, blow it up and, like, basically basically cut and run, and doing that by inflaming the situation would definitely make sense. Fuck, this situation is really complicated. Because on the one hand, the Union is, like... The Union on the surface looks perfectly fine, but it sounds like they're not just, like, collectively bargaining. They are, like, running the city, which is not quite the same. And it's also being done... Well, I don't know if the Débardeurs Union is, like... If it's that across the... Like, I don't know if members of the Union are people across the entire city. Obviously, I would assume membership is probably... like, whether or not you're in the Union is probably optional. It is also a legitimate possibility that Everard doesn't necessarily intend things to go to hell, but he's been so thoroughly in power for so long that he's lost touch with the wider reality of the city. Yeah, and that seems to line up with his, or with their, demands, because they're basically kind of going for the end game of, like, a workers' rights union, which is basically, like, every worker owns the company and makes decisions behind it. So, like... Yeah. That's the other thing, too, is, like, I don't know how much I can actually trust Joyce's perspective here. Being the only person that has been talking on the side of White Pine, makes me give legitimacy, or a certain foundation of legitimacy to a lot of the things she says, but she is still part of this dispute, and thus the implication that Everard is actually embezzling money might be an embellishment or not true, but it would certainly line up with how we understand Everard. Yeah, see, this is... Honestly, this is one of the situations I would actually say I don't have an opinion, because the thing is just fucking complex as hell. I could go an effective advocate for the rights of local workingmen, which it sounds like is true. A giant leech sucking the life out of Revachol. That might also be true, embezzlement aside. Like, these two things aren't actually, like, mutually exclusive. But do I want to... But the other thing is to... Oh, God. Without knowing how this conversation is going to measure where I've, like, put Joyce off kilter, I'm thinking about all of the things that possibly could, and I'm trying to do them. Even though I have no guarantee that it would actually do anything. Because if what Kim is saying is true, then, like, it's gone beyond being collective worker bargaining, and it's gone to, like, no, they're the de facto, like, enforcement, or, like, the de facto body of law enforcement in the area, which is... yeah, as for the question of how much do your dialogue choices unseat Joyce, I literally do not know. And that's the thing, too, is, like, in conversation, like, if I had to guess based on everything I've seen so far, it's probably going to be similar to how the, how things like the shooting the body down worked, where you have the opportunity to roll, but you could, like, ask, or you could, like, go down a dialogue tree that gives you an advantage, or maybe it doesn't give you an advantage based on the way you navigate it. I would assume it probably works like that, but I don't know how much of the broad conversation is actually going to affect that. Anyway, so, like, I kind of want to lean away from both of these two. And whilst this is true, I think, like, but she's probably also expecting a police officer to have this opinion, so I'm going to go with this.
Why do you think so?
The voice is calm. There is only curiosity there. Between Everard the Human Leech and Measurehead, this unit sounds like a motley crew. I'm into it. Sounds like they're all Revachol. I'm all Revachol too. Hell with the rest. They're good labormen. Can't fault them for a little corruption. Because, like, I'm reminded of the conversation we had with Manana, and he basically implied that, like, yeah, of course business people are going to be corrupt. Like, fucking duh. But the thing is that the things he is doing are good. If the corruption is necessary, then if the corruption is a not a necessity, but like a is a fundamental aspect of being able to negotiate like that, then, like, surely the only thing that matters then is the goal of said corruption. But then again, like, obviously it's led to this point too, so... Between Everard the Human Leech and Measurehead, this union sounds like a motley crew. I'm into it. Sounds like they're all Revachol. I'm all Revachol too. Let's to hell with the rest. I think, like, this is honestly the thing. And might put Joyce off, because it's, like, kind of going... I mean, they're corrupt, yeah. But...
Ha! A real man of the left. What else can I tell you about?
That was overt. Interesting. One more thing. You said something happened in the elections?
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Eerie.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Well, that's all I need here. Let's change the topic.
Of course. How else can I help?
What can you tell me about this lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid.
She fell silent for a moment, contemplating something.
The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Oh. Okay, about that. Oh no.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57.
The lieutenant hands her a piece of blue plastic.
And this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective?
She returns the lieutenant's badge and turns to you.
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Remember when my partner told you I'd recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? My lost badge is related to it.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
She looks increasingly worried. It's possible. After a night of heavy drinking, I lost all memory of my life in the world. I could have eaten it, for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, the city, nothing. Yes. I think, like, being blunt here is... yeah, show her your badge, Harry. Show her your police badge, which you definitely still have on you. I'm sure this will go well. I could have eaten it for all I know.
Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
Fuck, has she been noticing? She sighs with compassion, sadness even.
She must have been suspecting something for a while now.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
What kind of arrangement would it be?
I mean, favors for favors. A dirty alliance of some sort. Consider this. Perhaps she has been planning it all along. That you convince yourself into colluding with her.
I do not have anything... Oh. Oh, I do have something blocking me from... Fuck. Oh, God. Wait. Shit. Does that mean I'm not going to be able to come back to do this? Fuck. So either take a shot at this now with my hampered suggestion. Oh, God. +1... +1 would give me a lot of extra chances here. Like, at the moment, I need to roll an 11 minus 5, 6. So it's, like, fairly above par. But getting another 1 would probably put me into, like, 83%-ish, I think. Not that the chance isn't low, but it's red. I'll find some, yeah.
Of course. But before we do, officers, let me be perfectly clear. The situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about this lynching business, the better for all of us.
Alright, thank you, that's all
Of course,
for now.
Detective.
Alright, hold on. Sorry, y'all give me one moment to... Was this suggestion? No. Is there any suggestion for a shirt? Bum brain. Yikes. Oh. Well. I'll increase my suggestion. And change that. Okay. I actually gained 2 points out of that, so that should be a sealed deal. Outside of the one option. Well, not the one option, but either way.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
She pats her wet raincoat. I could use a raincoat like that. Rain is freezing.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water. Almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel. Very sturdy. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day.
How about my missing badge again?
I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of formal protocol.
How do I negotiate my way out of this?
Easy. Just offer her a favor. Like I said, nice and dirty.
Surely there's some other way to demonstrate our law enforcement credentials.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Like what?
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason. The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Yeah, excuse us for a moment, madam. What's up, Kim?
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
God, that was really soft. The lieutenant's voice is hushed. How did you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Really? I thought it was going so well.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
I mean, was there a way for me to keep her more off kilter? Like, I feel like this is... Maybe it's a stat thing. Maybe there are other ways to convince her, or, like, something like that that isn't, like, directly negotiating with her. All I know is Lila and I got the same talk from Kim. Was that after making the check, out of curiosity? Sorry for putting us in this situation, I'll handle it. Her proposal was likely part of her design. This all is. What do you propose? That we don't investigate the drug trafficking? Or could just, find my badge? What do you propose that we don't?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it.
About her driving a hard bargain, I mean.
What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
It sounds good. Her proposal was likely part of her design. This all is.
Yes. Knowing this does not really change our position, however.
I'm sorry for putting us in.
I'm sure you will, Detective.
You could just, find my badge.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large, and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months.
Let's go back to her then. Fucking... A real statement to wear. Unsavory odor. This white satin shirt used to be fancy. It used to really catch the light. Now it smells like someone took a piss in the armpits. Ugh. Yuck.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Wait, why is this lighting up again? Tell me about Wild Pines, what do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
So what do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
Who are the other Indo-tribes?
Saint-Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
You're in good company, it seems.
Why, thank you.
She does not register the real meaning of the remark. How much money does Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
Wow.
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments.
A wave hits the slot. She grasps the mainstay for balance.
A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility.
Where does Wild Pines get all these billions?
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Probably helps to start out with a royal monopoly.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed, or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
What does such a huge system want with a place like this?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners? Who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
8% of all cargo in the world? That's quite the endeavor indeed. You don't keep it moving, the workers do. The company is nothing without them. That's all I needed to know, yeah.
We built this district,
she says calmly.
We. There it is. She owns up to it.
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions. The plazas Meteor and Mosaic. Even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP.
She points behind you where the seawall rises.
Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees. A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
She takes a sip.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Do you know something about these tattoos?
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So you know something about the tattoos? Wait, why? How is you looking at the...
Better not tie the fourth day to the bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
Do you know something about these tattoos? By the way, I've talked to Everard Clare.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
I didn't. He's a beautiful man, beautiful and just. Everard Clare is a hero of the workers' movement. He is a champion I've sworn fealty to. He's a bloated rainbow socialist. I can do business with him. For a socialist, he's reasonable. He is not the champion I have chosen. I wish to swear fealty to you in the cause capital. It's not important if I liked him. I was doing my job. I didn't.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually...
She answers her own question.
Corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic, Verm-like corruption, reaching into the bowels of the earth.
She looks at the ground and nods.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt Verm myself. However, if you felt like discussing something...
She turns to you.
How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be... gossiping.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
Yes, your disgusting necktie agrees completely. Let's gossip.
Haven't heard from you in a while. Oh, God. Oh, God. I do not think it is a good idea to bring this up with her. Fuck. Oh, I don't know. Fuck it.
Oh. That's so... helpful of him.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling. He's able to contain the anger and surprise. When I said, be wacky, I didn't mean wildly, grossly irresponsible and damaging to the RCM.
Oh.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this, to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun?
Fuck, Shit. I just really regret that. I'll see how this plays out. No, Miss Everett says it's almost ready to be found soon. Miss Everett says it's almost ready to be found soon.
Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now. Unless, of course, he's lying to you. Anyway, was there anything else you've heard?
Perhaps he is.
Thank you, drama. Rather talk
Of
about
course,
something else.
Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
Oh god, that's an hour ago. I could speed through all of that again. It's really hard to determine, like, what things the game is actually tracking to some degree. Fuck. Nah, fuck it. It'll be fun to live with the fuck-ups. Okay, tell me about this alleged drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Let me get this straight. The materials come from Samara to Revachol through the terminal?
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wildpine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
And you want us to investigate?
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
She raises her bony finger.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
The lorries.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
She gives you a knowing look.
Her irises are light green, like the river Esperance in bright daylight, upstream where it's clearer.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier? It's no coincidence that lorries are stranded there like that, is it? What proof do you have that the Union is involved? We already have some suspicions that one of the drivers was present at the lynching. Do I? I don't think that's true. Didn't we establish that the 7 or the 8 people... Didn't we establish the 8 people, that were there? Oh, I guess present doesn't mean they were doing it, does it? It's no coincidence the lorries are stranded there like that, is it?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However...
She pauses, looking to the sea.
This is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue.
She looks south. Or north.
Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable. The weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Tract and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
What proof do you have that the Union is involved?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
So you think the strike is being funded with source ingredients for drugs?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, though she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier?
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, Here's your chance, officers.
She smiles and points toward the roundabout. I don't think that's true. I'm not going to say that. Okay, I made up my mind about the smuggling investigation.
Yes?
Probe the drivers, see what it yields.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
She takes another long sip from her seemingly bottomless thermal cup. Okay, where are we at right now? I'm really not happy with how that conversation went, I think. Like, talking about the fucking gun in particular, I feel was a mistake, but... There's something she wants to tell you, or just have to present... You just have to present her with your badge to hear it. Or perhaps, if you did her a favor, she would waive off the formality. Whatever the case, you need to know what she knows. Interrogate the drivers about the smuggling. Yep. Smoker on the balcony. Yep. Find the murder weapon. Open apartment door for Everard. Or you can lie to Everard that you open the Weasel's door. Get a reality lowdown. Keep asking Joyce questions about reality, or return later. She'll be here whenever you need the info. So, there's no time-sensitive stuff that I'm doing at the moment. It's almost been 6 hours. You know what? I think we might wrap it up here then. I need some time to, like, digest what the fuck just happened. Or everything that just happened. Yeah, like... I guess the thing is that, like, maybe... Maybe the way this conversation went was highly dependent on the skill checks? Like, I can imagine a scenario in which the stats I have make me play into her hands more than anything else, whereas if they're distributed a different way, they actually do make Harry a lot more eccentric, put her off kilter, and is just, I don't know, willing to overlook the fact that I don't have my badge, or something like that. God, I'm so curious to see how that, skill checks would make sense, yeah. Like, especially, I've noticed a couple of times where, like, one of the stats will chime in, and an option in the dialogue will be explicitly speaking to that. And I don't know if that means that the stat is just telling you that that's a good thing to ask, or if it is giving you the idea to ask it, and it wouldn't be there without that. If it's the latter, which I guess it would be a missed opportunity not to do something like that at some point. So if there is some of that in this conversation, maybe my stat distribution is such that I just can't. Nothing came to me. And you'll notice, like, in the majority of cases, a lot of the checks are mediums. Or they're the only ones I'm succeeding at, mediums and less. So maybe I've actually got to put more points into my stats to my better stats to actually start breaking into, like, the really, or start having the thoughts that are more difficult to come by. Because at this point, all I've put stats into are thoughts and off skills to build them all up to something I can actually use. Like, I mean, to be fair, I don't regret taking, wait, what? Oh, -1 for damage, right. Wait, that stat is lower because I've taken... Hold on, what? Thank you, that's all for now. Oh my god, my volition was lower because... Fuck, okay, I've got to make sure I remember that. I did not realize that stat changed based on my morale. Very cool, also fuck. Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna level up drama more. In line with that. I think we need to... I think I need to start considering, Huh? Wait, what happened? What happened? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh. Wait, what? Wait, why can I retry the backyard wall? Huh. Well, anyway. Yeah, I think I need to start considering putting stats into things that I have a high ceiling for, so that I can start, like, really, really getting some hard checks. And besides, like, I'm intrigued how bad it gets when one stat is, like, really good. And I like drama just because it's gonna unveil some things for me, but then force me to be a shithead. I feel like that's gonna be good. Yeah, so... I've got the day off tomorrow, so I'm gonna be playing this again. About the same time. I do have an itch to play Elden Ring and, like, actually progress so I can, like, maybe do some more stuff off stream that's not just killing that one boss. But I'll see how I feel tonight. I've still got dinner and that to cook, so... and figure out what I want for dinner, too. Actually, I might have a light one tonight, because I do have something in the fridge I've got to eat before it goes off. And it's not going to be super filling, but it'll do. Sorry, that's beyond the scope of the stream. Yeah, so I will be playing more of this tomorrow, and I think at this point, I'm either going to talk to Joyce more and actually do some of those checks regarding reality. Maybe... I've got to talk to the guy who is smoking outside, too. That's probably an important one. Probably look to see if I can lie to Everett. Considering I upped drama, maybe I will get an opportunity to do that. With a reasonable amount of success. But yeah. During the week, again, things are probably going to be sporadic. Work has been kicking my ass, and this week in particular is going to be rough. Like, ironically, because tomorrow is a public holiday. So yeah, like, maybe there'll be some Elden Ring during the week. It depends. As far as I know, I'm not on P4S prog, so I'm probably not going to be streaming 14. And I got to where I wanted to 14, in 14 recently, so... I don't know, maybe on my Friday night is going to be Elden Ring for a while, because I want to play Elden Ring. The whole point of me starting it was, having, or trying to avoid spoilers, so if I just, like, stay in the one place, it's kind of not accomplishing it. It's afternoon here, Charles. It is 4:25 p.m. I think you might have had that backwards. Yeah. So yeah, more of this tomorrow. Next week's going to be a bit light on streams, but Elden Ring and more of this on the weekend. So yeah. So, actually, before I go, is there anyone not playing Elden Ring that I can... No. Fuck. It's all Elden Ring. Damn it. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I guess that's it then. So, thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. Hope you all have a lovely day, and hope to see you all next time.